Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. All individuals entering city-operated facilities, including City Hall, are required to wear a non-medical face mask. Those at the table are not required to wear masks while sitting as long as they're distanced 6 feet from anyone else. Once you leave your seat at the table, you must put your mask back on. As directed by Manitoba Health, we're requesting people avoid close contact within 2 meters with anyone showing symptoms of a respiratory illness, such as coughing or sneezing. If you are experiencing flu-like symptoms, we are requesting that you excuse yourself from the room. Please note, when you join the meeting via Zoom, all participants will be in the waiting room and your microphone will be muted until the host lets you in the room. You can watch the hearing live via the city's Board of Revision YouTube channel. When called upon, you will be allowed from the waiting room and permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once you have been heard, you can continue to watch the hearing live via the city's Board of Revision YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. My name is Carrie Linklater. I'm your chairperson today, and I'm joined on the panel by Mr. Robert Buss to my left, and by Zoom, Mr. Bill Moretsky. Our city assessors today are Nancy Flockton and Nathan Kupfer, and our admin secretary is Michelle Neepen. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparison of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the board. The board is appointed annually by City Council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the order by registered mail as soon as possible. And as information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. Use of cell phones is not permitted, except by the approval of the chair. Thank you. Okay, just give me a moment to make sure I have the right people here. So now it has to go back to the meeting.
You might want to let them know.
So that means I have to unmute them all first.
You can, or we can first out.
I'm looking for anybody else who's in the middle here.
Okay, you might have to call out and see if he's here.
So then I have to unmute them all.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Is Robert Martel here?
This is Julius and I.
I'm going to put you back into the waiting room.
Okay.
It's your turn. Thank you. Robert Martel. Chris, you are here for which property?
66 East Plains.
Ryan, I'll put you back into the waiting room.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there Robert Martel? There was also. Is there an NCO?
Yes, I'm here.
So you were to be appearing this morning with Robert Martel, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, I don't have him on here yet. So we're gonna have to carry on with the next property.
Okay, then will you circle back to me?
Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah, I'm assuming he's having problems connecting.
Okay, I'm going to be putting you back into. So is there somebody here for two? Oh no, there's somebody here for that one. 183 Parkview.
Hi, that's me.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
So are you calling?
Yes, I'm Corinne Podolsky.
Okay. Just give us a moment, please.
I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, no, just give us a moment.
Oh, okay, sorry, I wasn't sure what was happening. Okay.
Just trying to get organized.
Okay.
So, I can't get the assessor to unmute, so to speak. So Nathan, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. We're going to deal with some of your properties because Nancy's applicant is not here.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I just need your visual on as well. Nate?
Yeah, it's telling me you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. How's that?
So I can bear in the assessor and the applicant? Yes, please, go ahead. Okay, before we get started, I'll affirm the assessor and the applicant. Can you state your full, Nathan, can you state your full name, please?
Nathan Stephen Kupfer.
You affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
And Corinne, can you state your full name, please?
Green Shannon Podolsky.
Affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes. I do.
Good morning, Mr. Kupfer. And
Morning.
good morning, Ms. Podolsky.
Morning.
And just say good morning to our other panel member who is also on Zoom. Bill.
Good morning.
So whenever you'd like to proceed, Mr. Kupfer.
Okay. So 183 Parkview Street, parcel ID number 0702000500. It's in the Bruce Park neighborhood area. It's a two-story single-family dwelling constructed in 1918 with an effective age of 1988. The living area is 1,280 square feet. It has a full unfinished basement, four-piece and a three-piece bathroom. We have no air conditioner on file, opposable fireplace, detached multiple garage, and a lot size of about 2,700 square feet. Comparables 1 through 4 are all fairly close by. I've got 2 in the Bruce Park area, 1 over in Deer Lodge and 1 in King Edward. They're all 2 stories, similar to the subject. They are all constructed in a similar time frame to the subject, between 1913 for comparable 3 and 1949 for comparable 4. And comparables 1, 2, and 3 all have some level of updating as well, similar to the subject, while comparable 4 is still fairly original. Comparables 1, 2, and 3 all have no basement finish, again similar to the subject, while comparable 4 does. All comparables are between 1 and 2 bathrooms. Comparables 1, 2, and 4 have air conditioning, while the subject does not. Only comparables 1 and 4 have a fireplace, and only comparables 2 and 4 have a garage of some type. The lot sizes for the 4 comparables are all considerably larger than the subject. I found the subject at 2,700 square feet to be a little bit of an oddball, a little bit smaller than most of the surrounding properties. Time-adjusted sale prices for the 4 comparables range from a low of $259,300 at comparable 4. That's the one that hasn't really seen much updating. To the one comparable 3 for $318,900, or a time-adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $201.95 to a high of $246.35. The subject property is currently set at $311,000 or $242.97 per square foot, which the department is recommending. The assessment was adjusted twice within a fairly short time period here. You'll see that the property sold in 2018 for $320,000. That was just a few months after our reference date. So based on that sale, a member of our staff did sales verification, which is essentially where we go in and we make sure we're matching up the right characteristics for the property, so we can say, okay, this has been done, this has been done, and we make those changes within our system. And then after that, I believe the homeowner, just double check here. The homeowner took out a new garage permit, so that double garage was purchased, was built after the purchase. So that's what triggered the supplemental tax bill, was actually the construction of the garage. But those sales verification changes and the new garage changes were all lumped into one. So it was a big jump from the previous assessment to the new assessment. And I think that's what probably triggered our appeal here today. So like I said, the 2020 assessment and 2021 currently set at $311,000, and that's what we'll be recommending. Thank you.
Thank you. Podolsky, did you have any questions of what the assessor has just stated?
Well, not questions, but I question some of the comparables because they're not in the same neighborhood. Most of them, 3 of them are well, two of them are Bruce Park, but the other two are Deer Lodge and King Edward. So, I don't think that's a real fair comparison, but, other than that, I agree that these are comparable. But the land size is what's in question here. It's almost double what I have, so I just question how that can be comparable.
Well, like I said, having that smaller lot, it's not common for the area, but having a larger lot would really only make the property slightly more valuable. I'd agree with you in that respect. Having a 4,000 square foot lot would be more desirable than having a 2,700 square foot lot, so that would add some value. I agree. If you look at the map on the back of my brief there, you'll see that just because they're in different neighborhoods that are not actually that far away, like comparable 4 to 18 Parkview, it's just across Portage. It's on the same street as yours. But technically we have that in a different neighborhood association because it's on the other side of Portage, and that's where our model breaks that down.
Yeah, I have realized that. But well, I'm not sure the procedure here. Am I allowed to bring up two comparables that I found? Or
You will have a chance to give evidence.
oh, okay. So
Just question.
okay.
Sorry, this is just questioning what the assessor has just stated.
Okay.
Panel members now have a chance to ask the assessor.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Merteski, do you have any questions of the assessor?
Did you say it has a double garage now?
It does, yeah. The permit was pulled in 2019, and according to my records, I think it was finished that same year.
So that's reflected in the assessment then?
It is, yes.
And you said the sale price of 2018, 320,000 was after the reference date?
It was just after, I believe, like May or June at the latest, yeah.
So was that, did that play a part in the assessment?
No, it didn't.
Did not, okay. No further questions then.
Thank you. Mr. Bass.
I didn't hear your answer as to the date of that sale.
I'll clarify the exact date for you, 1 second. Manitoba Land Titles has the sale going through June 7th, 2018.
So it's post-reference?
Post-reference, yeah. It was listed in April 2018, and then possession was June 2018. So that sale price itself isn't something that we'll factor in. However, we are looking at the condition of the house as it is for the year that it's being appealed, right?
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Nathan, did you have a chance to inspect the property?
No, I haven't performed an in-the-home inspection since before the pandemic, so we're looking at March here.
Okay. Do you have in your field notes when it was last inspected?
An in-person inspection, check. Probably not recently. That sale was a public sale, so we had photos and a full write-up for it. The garage permit, it says it was an exterior inspection, so somebody would have just drove by, got out of the car, taken a look at the garage, saw that it was finished, and then added it based on that. That was done, looks like April of this year by a member of our staff.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the MLS listing?
I'm looking at the MLS listing right now. I haven't printed out any physical copies of anything for this hearing.
And what was the permit? Was there a permit, an amount on the permit for the garage?
Yeah. The declared construction value is $20,000. Okay. If you'd like to proceed, Ms. Podolsky.
Okay, I'm a little confused how the sale of the house it was after the fact, so I feel there's some bias there with the amount that I paid versus what we're dealing with April 1st, where the dates that I was given that it's based on of 2018. But anyways, my comparables are 155 Brookvale, which has a detached garage and it's comparable square footage, and it sold for $285,000 in 2018. But again, it has a much bigger parcel of land, 4,654 square feet versus my 2,700. And 151 Cavell, which is comparable in the square footage of the house, 1,161 square feet with a detached garage, and it sold for $230,700. And again, it has an almost 4,000 square foot parcel of land. So I think my biggest differentiating factor here in this is the parcel of land that I'm being charged on. It doesn't seem comparable.
Okay. Mr. Kelser, questions?
Bear with me here for just 1 second. I'm pulling up the applicant's brief. What was that house number on Burkevale? You said was your comparable?
155.
I don't seem to have her. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So were you using our public website to pull this information, or did you have like a realtor or somebody help you out?
No, I believe it was a public website.
Okay.
See, I didn't see some of yours on there, so I'm not sure if we were using the same one.
Yeah. So are you aware of what these houses look like on the inside at all, or are you just going based on kind of the rough characteristics, just the size and the lot size?
Just the size and the lot size.
Okay. Well, having looked over this one, I can't say it would really be fairly comparable to yours. This one looks fairly original. It's got wallpaper. It's got older carpets. It doesn't have the same level of finishing and being redone that your house does. So I can see why the property on the outside might look comparable. But I would say that based on the inside, based on what's been done, that it's not that comparable. It's got an older single detached garage. Yours obviously has the brand new double. Okay. What was your other one?
Sorry, just to add to that, I didn't realize the interior mattered.
Well, your property assessment is essentially what the market value of your house, what it would sell for. So the interior of your house plays a big impact on what somebody's going to pay for the property as a whole if they were to purchase it, right?
But do you have pictures of how do you know what my house looks like? I'm just, I don't know that.
So your house sold publicly on the open market. So there was 20 pictures uploaded with it at the time of sale. That's how realtors would show it. So I can see the outside of your house. I can see that the inside's been redone. I can see that the kitchen's been redone. It looks like it's got newer lighting, newer backsplash. Bathroom's been redone. Yeah, and then the basement has just drywall still.
Yeah.
Yeah, no carpets and no ceiling.
No.
Okay. So that's what we can see when a home is sold publicly on the multiple listing services. Typically, there's around 20 photos that are uploaded with it, and our department will often use those to update our property records, our assessment records, to try and better reflect the market value of that property. So that's what was done to your home. So we're not saying that 320,000 is the exact value that we have to chase after, and that's why I provided some comparable sales along with it within that reference period before April 1st, 2018. And the homes that I chose, at least the first 3 homes, have all been fairly well updated, similar to your home. And then that comparable 4, the one on Parkview, I decided to include because it is in such close proximity to your home. However, it hasn't undergone very many renovations unlike yours. So that's what I was able to present. I don't think I have any other questions other than the garage. Has there been any changes to the home, or is it still the same as when you purchased it?
It's still the same, yeah.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Moretsky, did you have any questions of the applicant?
Yeah, I just wanted to reference the 155 Burkevale Drive comparable. So it says here sold 285,600. So can you just repeat or remind me again where you got that information?
I got it from a website that talked about how this process works, and it had a link to it was called City Maps, I believe. I can look it up very quickly here.
No, that's okay. I just and then so you didn't attach that to your material though, right? This is the assessment here, or customs declaration, it says.
I sent a copy of those 2 comparables, or 3 actually, but one is the same as the one on the comparables from the city. I sent it via email yesterday.
Okay. I will.
I apologize for that. I don't have a computer, so I can't send anything in a PDF. And honestly, this process is very it's very rushed. I got the emails that this was happening via Zoom during the day on Friday, and I didn't finish working until the end of the day. So it was a bit unrealistic to have to reply within
No,
minutes.
that's fine. If that information has been on the record here, then yeah, that's fine. I'll take that that it exists. So I just wanted to know where that came from. That's all. I had like many emails this morning too, so maybe
Okay.
I didn't catch that one.
Okay. Mr. Buss, questions?
No, I have no questions.
Okay. Just have one question regarding the garage you built.
Mhm.
When did you take out the application?
I took it out in July 2018, just after I purchased the house, because that was something I intended on doing, but I wasn't sure. I didn't get it built until the following year.
Okay.
And I have to say, can I just add to that? I know this may seem irrelevant, but what spurred me on to do that is I got broken into in my backyard. So I felt I had to build that for my own protection of my property.
And was there an existing garage there previously?
No, I think I'm the only person on my back lane that does not have a garage.
Okay. Thank you.
Or didn't, sorry, now I do.
Fine. And have you done any further updates to your home since you've purchased it?
No, just that.
Okay,
I replaced the back door and the window.
that's fine. Thank you very much. And thank you for appearing today.
Oh, is this my last chance to speak, or?
Yes, if you would like to add something, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, like, that I realized I over purchased this home. Like, it was listed at $300,000, but I was in a tight spot and I'd already lost 3 houses. So if I didn't purchase this for an over the market price, I would probably would have been renting for the rest of my life. But because I don't think I would have been able to do it. I intend on staying here a long time, but I just think it's unfair to be penalized for the market being inflated. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for, again, appearing today.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to look to you to see who's up next. That's okay. I was just going to say, Nathan.
Yes?
I was just going to ask if you could speak a little slower. You're not coming across very clearly on your microphone.
I will try.
Thank you. Holly, are you there?
Hi there.
There you are, okay. Is it just gonna be yourself this morning?
Myself and my husband, Corey.
Okay.
Or? Bring it with you.
I'll just need to affirm the both of you in before we get started.
Okay. You need to come here then? Okay. We're here. Sorry, he's just double booked.
I'll start with you, Polly. If you can state your full name, please.
Holly Friesen.
And do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And Corey?
Corey Friesen?
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Nathan, if you'd like to start us off.
Seems there are two issues at hand here. Mrs. Chair, both the class and liability has been checked off as under appeal, as well as the amount of assessed value. So should we deal with those separately or together? How would you like to proceed with this?
If we could talk about the property value first and then the farm assessment portion second.
Fine by me.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we'll start off with 2019 because that's what was appealed first, and that'll have a different reference date. So the subject property, 830 Paul Boulevard, parcel ID number 080068888000. It's in the St. Patel Perimeter South neighborhood area. It's a 1.5-story single-family dwelling constructed in 1977. 3,176 square feet of living area, full park basement, no basement finish, 2 full bathrooms, no air conditioning on record, no fireplace on record, and an attached multiple garage. The lot size is just over 217,000 square feet, or I believe about 5 acres. Comparables 1 through 4 are all in St. Vital perimeter south as well. I wanted to keep these large parcels. So homes vary quite a bit. Constructed between 1971 and 1989. The living area ranging from a low of 1,698 to a high of 2,187. All have a basement, either full or full parts, similar to the subject. Comparables 1, 2, and 3 all have at least some basement finish. Comparable 4 does not. Bathroom counts are laid out before you. Only comparable 2 doesn't have an air conditioner. And all of the comparables have a garage. Comparable 2 has 2 garages, both an attached and a detached. The lot sizes for the 4 comparables, again, laid up for you, a low of 171,055 square feet to a high of 293,076 square feet, so I believe between about 4 and 7 acres. All have no sewer, no water. The time adjusted sale price for the 4 comparables ranges from a low of 395,600 to a high of 951,000, or a time adjusted sale price per square foot of a low of $201.65 to a high of $333.83. The subject property's 2019 assessment is currently set at $539,000 or $169.71 per square foot. And as you'll see, the subject sold in 2019, a little over a year past our reference date, for $600,000. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions of what the assessor has just stated?
No questions, no.
Thank you. Mr. Moretsky?
The comparable 3 is quite a bit more than the other ones, including the subject property. What are the reasons for that? It's 951,000 time adjusted sale price.
That's right. So 75 Christie. The first thing to note about that one, obviously, is that it's on the river, whereas the other comparables in the subject are not on the river. So that would be a positive influence. It's also just a bigger, a much larger home. So the total sale price is going to be higher compared to comparables 1 and comparables 2, at least anyways. It has
a larger home, a much larger home.
It's a larger home than comparables 1 and 2. I'm just looking through the pictures now. It's fairly well updated. It's got a nice sunroom. Like I said, it's 7 acres instead of 5 acres, and it's on the river. So, yeah, all of those reasons.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you.
Why are you showing us sales that are past the reference date?
Sorry? Can you please repeat that?
I'm asking the assessor, why are you showing us sales past the reference date?
Any sale that gets included in our model is automatically included on our comparable sales reports unless we redact them, which I don't bother to do. I just explain the process.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
So out of your comparables, which do you think is your best, Nathan?
I wouldn't say we have an apple comparable here. Obviously, comparable 1 is on a very similar piece of land, given that it's almost the exact same size. However, the house isn't very comparable, whereas comparable 4 and 3 have more comparable houses, but the land size differs. Obviously, one being about 2 acres larger and one being about 1 acre smaller. So I can't say I have one single best comparable for you today for this sheet.
Okay.
May we add something to that?
No, thank you. Do you have anything in your field notes of when this was last inspected?
So the changes were made based on the public sale listing from 2019. There wasn't a physical inspection for that. I have a note here, July 2020, from a member of our staff saying that we left a card in February of 2020. Holly responded by email later that day. And then a member of our staff discussed the farming classification with her essentially back then, but no, we weren't inside the house. We made our changes based on the listing, and then we left a card in the door, as far as I can tell.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Friesen, if you'd like to go ahead now, it's your turn to present.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that comparable information. Yeah, we found it hard too when we were searching for houses in this area to find an exact comparable, because they all are, you know, they have their nuances. But generally, knowing that you evaluate it based on size, age, and condition, really, I want to talk about condition because the home was obviously built in the 70s but had not been updated. We were still dealing with bathrooms and kitchens literally out of the 70s. We bought this home. It had been up on the market, and I sent you guys some documents. It had been listed in August of 2018, and it sat on the market for like 139 days, and then they decided to pull it off because nobody came to give it a second look because it was in such a state of disrepair and needed a lot of work. Everything, electrical, roof, plumbing, bathrooms, kitchen, like it was just really uncared for years. And so it went off the market, and then they put it on the market again in March. And then we put an offer in April, and we put an offer for a higher amount because the woman was struggling. And we decided, you know what, we're just going to go for it. We needed a home. We needed to move for his new job. And so we basically overinvested in this house, but I had sent some evidence, document like 1 through 11 of all the like fixes that we need to do based on the condition. Like the roof, the basement was leaking, the stucco and parging was all cracked, the concrete floor in the garage was broken, so water was like going in. We needed new eaves troughs. We needed new furnaces. Also, the furnaces were 40 years old. One of them wasn't working. One of them was partially working. We had to redo the bathrooms. The tubs actually weren't even plumbed, some of them. So we had to redo bathrooms, redo plumbing, redo toilets, new kitchen faucet. There was no air conditioning in the home. So when we received it in the summertime, the basement literally started dripping because of condensation. So we put in some air conditioning units, as well as new furnaces. And then all the basement windows needed to be replaced. There was mice throughout the house because of cracks and things. And we needed to put in a whole new water system because they had no softener. So everything was gummed up because of the hard water. So we had to put in a whole new water system. So all those fixes were over $50,000. So that's why we're saying the original assessment prior to the revision of 437 is really closer to the value of the home and the condition when we got it. And so when I was looking at the comparable list that you had given me originally on the St. Vital perimeter homes, we felt like it was closer to the 140, 536, 608, and 617 Forbes Road. So I had shared kind of some of those documents with you. So we're asking for the property value reassessment really based on the condition of the home, since we would have been happy to show you when you came, but you didn't actually do a physical inspection at that time. Anything else to add?
Yeah, just the sale date, you said August 2018, it was 2017. Just, like whatever the timing. It was on the market for 14 months with no interest and no viewings, repeat viewings because of the state of the home.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cupford, did you have questions?
So that original listing where they weren't getting any offers, they had it listed at $675,000 originally, right?
They had it listed at 625, I believe.
I'm talking about the original listing, the one that expired, the one that they never got any offers on.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
So they're listing a little bit high, obviously.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I don't know if this matters to you or not, but the woman that lived here before, who built the home and lived here, she had dementia. So it was actually her sisters who were selling it. So they just wanted to get the most that they could for her, her life's work. And so they were very stuck on the price, even though that wasn't market value, and what the realtor didn't suggest that they post it for, but they were just really stuck because they were, confused about what to do, really.
So because they were selling on somebody else's behalf, they were motivated to sell the home potentially for less than what it was worth.
They weren't motivated to sell. They just wanted the best, highest price, and they were willing to sit on it.
Was anybody living in the home? Do you know?
There wasn't anyone living for the last year.
Okay.
Or even 2. We don't know exactly because the woman had dementia, so we know that she wasn't able to live on her own anymore, but we know her sisters were trying to.
Yeah, it was a power of attorney sale.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the first comparable you said there on Forbes?
140. So I did it based on your market region 10, St. Vital perimeter 543, and it was like the first 3. I was just looking, you're the expert, of course.
Yeah.
So I was looking at like the 1-story homes that seemed around the same age, like older homes, because of course, if we start comparing it to ones that were built in 2000, or you had a couple here, what were they built in? Here, there's one in 2012 and one in 2010, comparable 3 and 4 on your sheet. Those aren't really comparables, I don't feel, because they're so new compared to the home we bought. With all the updates.
So you should have 2 different comparable lists in front of you. One should be for the 2020 value, and one should be for the 2019 value. So we're dealing with the 2019 value.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's why we're off here. That's okay.
Thank you.
So just looking at this first one here, 140 Forbes, that one's only a 2-acre property. So, and 1,100 square feet is the house. So I'm sure that's part of the reason why it would sell for considerably lower. That one went for $351,000.
Okay, 536.
536 Forbes. Let's look at that one. 2016 sale. So this one, it's a 1,000 square foot bungalow, but it is on a 5-acre property. So the property would be very similar to yours, but the house at that point, I don't know if they would even bother to keep it or if they would tear it down and build something new, because that's pretty small for the lot itself. And that one sold for $421,000.
Right.
Square foot house.
Okay, and then the 608, which seems by Google Maps kind of close comparison to ours, and it has an outbuilding as well.
For sure.
I don't know if it's an outbuilding or an out garage.
We got 2 sales, one in 2017 and then a new one in 2020. The one in 2017. So this one's a 1,056 square foot 1-story house again. So considerably smaller. In terms of the interior, it does look fairly original, so probably similarly dated. It's got like wood paneling and that sort of thing. It does have a big outbuilding. You're right here, looks like a big machine shop or something. So I'm not sure exactly how all that would play into factoring into your valuation.
Yeah, and that one seemed like it was more comparable till before the reassessment on ours, right? It was around 427.
And the lot size they have is 260 by 697,
Okay.
which is 181,000. So that's a 4-acre, whereas yours is a 5-acre, so it's like 1 acre less.
Okay.
So these three houses are all considerably smaller than yours. So I mean, I can see why they sold in more of the 400 range. Other than that, yeah, I don't really have much else to add. I don't think. That's all my questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there any questions?
I have no questions.
So after the purchase of the property, you spent about $50,000 to repair it?
That's correct.
And you did it in a good state of repair now? You're living in the house?
Yes, we're living in the house and it's working again. Yeah.
That's all my questions.
I just have one question. So the city has your property assessed at 539.
Yes.
And so number are you looking for?
I was assuming it would be closer to the previous assessment at like 437 because nothing had been updated in so long. So based on the condition.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. If you want to move on to the next year.
So 2020 and 2021 are also under appeal here. So the characteristics for the subject here are unchanged. Comparables 1 through 4, again, are all in St. Vital perimeter south. It's a collection of 1-story and 2-story comparables, whereas the subject, of course, is a 1.5-story. The year built for the 4 comparables ranges from a low of 1987 to 2012, so they are all admittedly newer than the subject. They all have basements. Only comparable 2 has basement finish. They all have more bathrooms than the subject, between 3 and 4 bathrooms. They all have central air, which, if I'm understanding correctly, the subject did have central air for 2020. Correct me if I'm wrong. Still no fireplace, obviously, in the subject. Comparables 1, 3, and 4 do have fireplaces. And all 4 comparables have an attached garage, attached multi-garage. 4 comparables, their land size ranges from a low of 197,775 to a high of 217,790, so it's a fairly tight grouping. And again, all 4 properties have no city, sewer, or water. The time-adjusted sale price for the 4 comparables ranges from a low of 580,200 to a high of 988,800, or a time-adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $237.62 to a high of $320.84. The 2020 assessment for the subject is set at $544,000 or $171.28. Thank you.
Do you have any questions of what the assessor has just stated?
I just have a question of the comparable 3 and 4 for the age, like knowing those are newer homes built in 2012 and 2010. How are they comparable to the homes built in the 70s that haven't been updated?
Yeah, so a home that's obviously built in 2010, 2012, we'd expect it to carry a higher value to sell for more money. So when making a comparison, obviously, we just have to adjust for that downwards. So, we know that this house is newer. We know that it's better built, with newer materials, and newer kitchen, newer floors, newer insulation, newer everything. So when looking at the comparable, we have to expect that it's going to be valued at a lower figure. So it's really, I typically try and present some older houses and some newer houses to show that range, but for whatever reason for this assessment cycle, I was only able to pull 4 that were higher, or newer, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, that is the main thing for ours. If you come into my very snazzy 70s kitchen, I mean, I know that's what sells a home, and it's literally an oven from the 70s. So it's just I haven't renoed that yet. That's on the list of my to-dos, but I know that's going to be another $50,000 because of the size of the kitchen and the work it needs. So that's why I'm suggesting, based on the condition, again, the home is worth less because it needs a lot of work still in that area.
Okay.
Mr. Moretsky, did you have any questions of the assessor?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Best?
No questions.
And I have no questions at this time. Thank you. If you'd like to present, Mrs. Friesen?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any further information to present on the property value or condition side, unless you have any other questions about the actual home on inside or.
Mr. Kupfer, did you have any questions?
No further questions.
Mr. Moretsky?
No further questions.
Mr. Bass?
No.
What number are you looking for here on this assessment?
I would assume again, it would be about the same as what it was, around 450.
Okay, so last time you were asking 437.
Yeah.
Okay. And now you ticked off on your application liability for taxation.
Maybe I did that accidentally. I'm not even sure what that means. Sorry.
It'll be the classification. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a farm.
Well, it was, and we'd like it, we want it to, that's the other part of our application is to, so when we bought it, 26% was allocated as farm property. It's one of the reasons why we bought it. We were living in the city and wanted a farm property to farm, to have a massive garden, I've always wanted to be a tree farmer. And so we came here with the intention to farm, and we did a ton of work last summer, creating our garden, growing our vegetables, culling out the tree area on our land. And someone did come by in February and leave a card, and I did write them. And then COVID hit and everyone went in lockdown, and we were all a little bit in shock, and the kids were home from school and blah, blah, blah. And fast forward, when things opened up again in fall, I had reached out to follow up. No one had come throughout the late spring and summer, maybe because of COVID. And all of a sudden, then our reassessment had no farm property, but no one had come to actually see it. And we were farming and are farming. So that's the other part of our ask for reassessment.
Okay. Mr. Kupfer, can you address this, please?
Yeah, so before the purchase, this was considered to be a split class property. That means it was primarily residential, and we had a small farm portion on it. I'm not sure that 26% farm. I was showing to this one, I think it was 87% residential, 13% farm. That's what I was showing in my system anyways. So when we went out there, like I said, we went out and left a card at the time for the after the purchase. At that time, it was observed that no observable farming was going on, I guess. So the 13% farm classification was removed, and the property was changed to 100% residential. So, according to the Municipal Assessment Act, farming just means commercial crop production and includes tillage of the soil, livestock production, raising poultry, dairy farming, fur farming, tree farming, beekeeping, fish farming, horticultural production, including flowers and shrubs, and any other activity undertaken to produce agricultural products on a commercial basis, and does not include the purchase and resale of agricultural products or the commercial processing of agricultural products. So basically, you got to be growing things and selling things for us to classify part of the land as farmland. And then at that time, there was no evidence that that was happening, so the farm classification was removed and it was changed to 100% residential.
Right, so someone came in February and left a card they didn't look at the property, but also no farming was happening in February. And then no one came back to actually look when we were doing that during the summertime. Like,
So was there any farming going on before you purchased the property? Was the property being used for farming?
we understand from the previous owner, again, with dementia, she put her life work into building this property and the trees and the garden and the plants. Like, that's what she supposedly did all day. So I can assume, yes, she was farming. I don't know what specifically.
But again, the key there is that it has to be commercial. You have to be selling your goods. It can't be a garden, right?
Oh, no. But that was her thing, right? For us, we want to sell commercially, and we did plant a massive vegetable garden for that purpose, as well as we're growing trees for that purpose.
Okay.
We can't ask her what she was doing because of the state of her mind. And there's no kids, so there's no, and her spouse has passed. So we don't know exactly what she was doing, but by looking at the property, the evidence is that she was definitely growing trees, fruit trees, spruce trees, pine trees, and she also was gardening at a pretty serious level. And then looking at the tax history of the property, we do show that it's 26% farm property, 45% residential, based on July 1st. So that's more than the 13%. So I can assume that she was definitely qualifying for the agricultural portion of the property. When you look at the property, it's a 5-acre parcel with only one approach. And probably 75% of the property is wild in the way of that's where things grow and that's where things are cared to for growing, but it is not residential that way. So those are some of the things that we have to assume, but it's also the intention under which we bought this property was to continue the farming operation that we were able to determine was happening here.
Okay, so you're pulling your numbers off of your tax bill, correct? You're talking about the proportioned rate, the 26% to the 45%?
The portion.
Okay, so what that means is we allocate a certain percentage of the property as farmland, and then a certain percentage of the property as residential. And the farmland portion is only taxed at a 26% rate, and then the residential portion is taxed at a 45% rate. So we're not splitting it 45-26; it's split 87-13.
Gotcha.
But then those are the different tax rates that are applied for the different portions of the land. So getting back to the commercial aspect, how much did you sell this year?
How much did we sell this year?
How much agricultural products did you sell this year?
This year we only sold vegetables. So our trees are just growing right now. But do you want to know how much in terms of volume or how much in terms of cost?
Well, we need to establish in some way that it was a commercial operation. So I assume we would need an invoice or something like that to establish that it's commercial farming, and then we could establish a percentage or proportion rate for it.
Okay.
Right?
We'd have to pull that up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's about all I have to say on it.
So I did, just because no one did come see what was happening in the summer, I did attach some photographs. I hope you got them, just to show we have invested in buying a tractor and equipment. I showed you a picture of the garden area that was, planted with our vegetables for commercial sale. And then your one assessor did come out again in fall, late after the summer, but just recently to take pictures of all the trees. So you should have that on file as well. Those weren't my photographs, but they're your photographs. So we showed them based on, I sent you the Google map so you can see kind of where the tree lines are. And within that is all the trees that are growing now. So he would have had pictures of about 80 trees growing.
Okay, those are good.
Is there information on the selling of trees part? I mean, you don't sell a tree every year. It has to grow. So during the growing years of a tree, when you're not selling it, but you're preparing to sell it, is that outlined in the act somewhere so we can see, what's the hurdle?
I wasn't able to find anything like that. And to be honest, probably have to do a bit more research for it. We have the ability to, let's say you're growing this year in 2020, and then you don't sell anything until 2021. I think you still have a good case that it was being used in 2020 for agricultural purposes, even if you don't have any bills of sale until 2021. And if you have photos that the trees are being grown or the vegetables are being grown or whatever,
And that's on the tree part. That's where we're at. Like you can sell a seedling for $30. You can sell a 6-foot tree for $1,000, depending on what you're growing. So we need a combination of those things. And right now we're growing up.
So the basis for doing this is it's a split of value, and then that value is assigned to different proportionate rates under the residential rate or the farming rate. So basically what we're going to do is we'll say, okay, let's say, this part of your land is being used for farming, say 40% of your land. That land out of your whatever $540,000 value is worth about $150,000. So that $150,000 portion of the land is going to be taxed at the 26% rate, and then the other part will be taxed.
Understood.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, one of the main reasons we moved from the city is to have this land and this farm property and work it. I'm not working a full-time job right now. That is kind of what I'm doing. So yeah, you have that based on the evidence of the pictures and the investment in the equipment we have and whatnot now. I think it was just a miss that we didn't connect in the summertime and someone didn't come out to actually see what was going on.
And then what about 2019? Was that a bit of a wash year? Because that was the year you guys just moved in, right?
You just moved in.
So presumably not much was going on in 2019. This would have been started up for 2020.
Well, we did a ton.
Did a ton?
Yeah, we did a ton. I mean, we were out there tilling everything, cleaning up everything.
It had been
planting everything.
It hadn't been really cared for very well for the last many years because of the state of the cellar. So that was preparation.
It was a lot of work to get it back to ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Mrs. Chair, I don't know how you'd like to proceed with this then. Typically, I would take all this information back to the office. We would get our receipts and our invoices, and then we would do a calculation based on, like I said, essentially the value allotted for what's being used for farming, if we can establish that's being used for commercial farming. And then we make an adjustment back to essentially when we can say that started. Yeah, that's all I have to say on it. It would take me a bit of time to calculate that and come out with it, though.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think we're done with this property.
Is there direct communication we need to then have with Nate? Nathan, sorry, I'm just looking at what's on the screen.
I didn't realize it said Nate. That's my fault.
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm easy to get a hold of. If you, the secretary can provide all my phone number and my email for you, maybe in a separate email. That'd be best, and then we can stay in touch and go from there.
Okay, very good.
Nathan?
Yes?
Sorry, the secretary isn't going to be doing that. She's
okay.
So if you want to provide that information to the Friesens, that would be great.
Sure, 1 second here.
You should have the contact information on the application.
Yeah, I have an email here, just urban@mac.com.
Yeah, that's good. That's mine.
Urbarn, yeah.
Urbarn.
Okay, I'll send you an email after the hearing then with my contact information.
Get it?
Okay.
Urban Barn.
Urban Barn, gotcha. Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you very much for appearing this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're just going to take a 5-minute break. Great. Good morning, Michelle, if you want to swear him in.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here, yeah.
3 minutes to get started. Can you take your phone, please?
Christopher Allen Touchette.
Evidence about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Thank you. Good morning, Bichette. We will start with Mr. Kupfer. Mr. Kupfer, if you'd like to go through your brief, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right.
You'd like to proceed?
66 East Plains Drive, parcel ID number 0609 3461945. It's in Sage Creek. It's a two-story single-family dwelling constructed in 2019. 2,518 square feet of living area, full unfinished basement, 3 bathrooms. That's 2 full bathrooms and then a 3-piece bathroom. Central air, a fireplace, an attached multi-garage, and a lot size just over 5,500 square feet. 4 comparables are all quite similar to the subject, all in Sage Creek, all 2 stories, all constructed between 2015 and 2017. Living area for the 4 comparables ranges from a low of 2,198 square feet to a high of 2,753 square feet. All have full unfinished basements, similar to the subject. All have 3 bathrooms, similar to the subject. All have air conditioning, similar to the subject. Comparables 1 and 4 have fireplaces, similar to the subject, and all have attached multi-garages, just like the subject. Again, our lot sizes are all fairly similar as well, ranging from a low of 5,281 square feet to a high of 6,054 square feet. Our sale prices here, as I'm sure you've already noticed, are a little bit wonky. What's happening here is these are the numbers that are submitted to Manitoba land titles: 499,140, 528,975, 580,600, 567, and so forth. So what's happened here is the builder has basically taken the 5% GST out when they submit it to Manitoba land titles, so that land transfer tax isn't paid on top of it. So for example, this first sale here that's listed as 499,140 actually sold for 522,900, right, plus 5%. Comparable 4 that we have listed here is 534,571. Again, sold for 561,300, adding 5%. The builders backed out. So that's what's happening there. The 2021 assessment for the property, we have set at 572,000. So again, this is market value, so that would be including that GST, that 5%. The total assessment per square foot for the subject is $227.16 per foot. And the homeowner purchased the home, again, post-reference, $554,000 plus 5% for GST, I imagine. Yeah, and the department is recommending the $572,000 be maintained. Thank you.
Brett, did you have any questions of what the assessor has just presented? Mr. Brett.
No questions.
Mr. Glass.
But did you say you're recommending 572,000 is a good value?
Yes, sir.
Because I thought I heard you say the department, but I really want to hear your opinion.
My opinion is 572,000 should be in the right ballpark for this property. Yes.
Thank you. And then to the square foot, the sale prices by the square foot, I should add 5% onto those square foot rates?
If we're talking about market value, yes. What the homeowner actually paid is 5% higher than this. So any reasonable homeowner who's going to then sell their house the next year isn't going to sell it for 5% less than what they paid for it, right? So we consider the market value to be all inclusive, including that tax amount.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay. Because this is the new build, was this house inspected at all?
According to my notes, an exterior inspection was done, and then a member of our team called the homeowner to confirm the attributes and the possession date.
Okay. Do you know if this was a show home?
It wasn't listed on MLS, so I would say it's most likely not a show home.
Not a show home, okay. Thank you. That's all my questions. Mr. Tourette, would you like to give your presentation?
Sure, thank you. So when looking at the comparable properties here, one thing that I did when looking at other properties to compare the house to is actually choose the same model, since I felt those were very comparable, since they would have a very similar purchase price. So some comparable properties that I pulled, there's one on my street that is very comparable, being the exact same house, same builder, in a more desirable location within the cul-de-sac that's to the side of where my property is located. It has a finished basement, and it's assessed significantly lower than my property, being at 572. This subject property, 79 East Plains, is assessed at $553,000. So that property was one that really triggered me to investigate the appeals process. Since it has a larger lot, a more desirable lot in a quiet cul-de-sac, it has a very large backyard due to a pie-shaped lot, and larger land area. Very similar build date, 2018. No sales history information on that property that I could find. Putting it in that 219 per square foot valuation, being with a finished basement. And I'm in the process of finishing my basement, so I feel like this property is very comparable, and that, starting out with what I feel to be an unreasonable starting point is just going to negatively affect me once my basement has been, factored into the valuation of my property, putting me significantly higher than this being a very comparable property. I also looked at some exact same models located in the adjoining streets, just to see what valuations were given for unfinished basements. And I have 3 properties. They're all they have slightly larger lots. One is slightly smaller, but they're all sort of in that ballpark between a low of 207 per square foot for 7 wild iris, and 219 again per square foot for 56 wild iris. I also looked at 126 silver sage, being at sort of in the middle, 217. In relation to my actual property, so I have some minuses that I feel, set back the property from sort of this mid-range that was chosen at 227 per square foot, sort of being in the middle of these comparables. I don't necessarily have an issue with these comparables. The one across the street from me does sort of benefit from water view, so that one is 61 East Plains. But the other ones, they're fine. I don't have a huge issue with that. They're all fairly recent. But some minuses for my particular property is the location. If you look at the map that was provided here, you can see that I'm right in the mouth of High Plain Road. And because my property has a generally north-facing exposure, we get extreme strong north winds gusting through that street. So we've had a lot of issues within the last year because of that exposure. So, not considering the fact that we don't get a lot of sun for plants like that, we obviously were expecting. But we have this strong prevailing wind that's happening, especially in the winter, that's causing issues with our front door. So we have a lot of trouble keeping that latch. They've drilled several new holes. The door may even have to be replaced at this point. It doesn't seal well. Also, our gate is constantly blowing open, so that's another issue. Our latch is ripped off several times. So it's just this sort of wind tunnel effect that we have based on our location. And we're being told to also expect shingle uplift. So that's something that will probably mean our roof will degrade quicker. And we've had those northern windows crack last winter, so we're also expecting that to potentially be a ongoing thing. We had 2 large windows crack there during the winter due to the strong winds. And also just the potential for degradation of the exterior happening faster than houses that are covered from the wind by the house across the street. And so all of these issues, some are potential, some we're seeing right now, but I believe they all detract from sort of choosing a mid-range within the comparables. And I feel that we would be more appropriate to use a lower end of that scale based on sort of some of the minuses. Some other issues that we've found living here is that due to this being a through street on the way to High Plain, we have a lot of traffic. So people just generally take the first turn on their way to either High Plain Road or into Red Sky. And so they take the first road that ends up being East Plains, and there's just a lot of through traffic, both construction, which of course will eventually cease, one would hope, but also just people generally go that way. So we have a high traffic through there as well. And because we're right in the mouth of High Plain Road, we're constantly getting headlights as cars come down that street on their way out, sort of the same way they came in. So it's this constant flash of light that we have coming through the glazing on the front of the house as well. All of these things were unforeseen when this site was selected. It was a new build, not a show home. And they're just issues that I believe detract from the point in the scale that was used to select evaluation. We also had an issue due to that mouth of the road location where our hydro service needed to be relocated. So it was on the den side of the house, the typical place where it is, where you don't generally walk. It was relocated to the garage side of the house by Manitoba Hydro, which impedes our sort of 4-foot sidewalk area along the garage. So getting things past the garage has been a challenge there due to sort of a foot, to maybe even a little bit more than a foot being lost to the hydro service. And the fact that we now have buried service on our property, running towards the back of the house where it enters the house, where generally that would be sort of on the side of the house where you don't, have to deal with it, sort of where it's not a walking path.
Okay, thank you.
Just one other thing here. Just wanted to note that, based on the purchase price, we may have overpaid for the property, but, it was the first time going through the building process, and, the builder was holding all of the cards in this situation. The lots of this size near the school were very limited, and the upgrades, when we were looking at upgrades, it was sort of, do it now and overpay, or, do it later, but have to undo everything that was just done and go through the whole process of, tearing down and, that of a new home, of things that, were fine, but they were just not at the level that you wanted. So all of those things factored into the price, the fact that the upgrades were not at fair market value. Also, this lot was considered a signature lot because of its location being viewable as you come down High Plain Road, which sounds like it should be desirable, but it turns out not to be desirable. And, so there was also additional monies that were required to be spent on the exterior of the home, which otherwise would not have done. So all of these things factor into the purchase price being higher than should have been for this property. And based on, after living in the property for a year, I just feel that closer to that $207 per square foot sort of low end of the scale is more appropriate for the valuation of the property, as opposed to sort of a mid to high range that was used based on the comparables. And I would use 79 East Plains being very close and towards the lower end of the scale as well. And I would hope that that property would be considered on our reevaluation once the basement is complete, because I'm very concerned if we stay so high and then we add $30,000 for the basement, that we'll just be in a higher position. And this being sort of the first year of assessment, this is something that's going to compound based on, the average growth that's used in the model for every 2 to 3 years, whatever you're using now. This will be a compounding effect for the next 25 years that I plan to, raise my kids here and, everything, this is not a flip or anything like that. This is a long-term situation. And I just feel that, a fair valuation at the beginning is very appropriate for the longevity of affordability of the home. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kupfer, any questions?
Harry, can I interject just for a second? Was there, I didn't want to interrupt the applicant before, but was there a applicant brief that was with this?
There's no applicant brief.
Okay.
So the brief was very short notice on Friday of when I would have to have information in. And we had 2 contractors in the home working on the basement and, just juggling single father with 4 kids. I wasn't able to get anything written, but I did provide the addresses here verbally. So I hope that they can still become some evidence that these properties, same model, same builder, same quality construction. If you need them again, I can provide them. I just wasn't able to get this document to you in time on Friday. I do apologize for that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kupfer, if you'd like to ask a question.
That's 79 East Plains you mentioned. Do you know what the sale price was?
I don't have the sales price information.
Okay. No, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martetsky? Mr. Moretsky?
Yeah, you were doing really good there for a while. No questions.
Okay, thank you. Bill, how do you pronounce your last name?
Moretsky.
Moretsky. All right, thank you. Mr. Buck?
I'd like to ask the assessor if you have any information on the sales of those properties that the appellant mentioned. Do you have that in front of you? That you can
I pulled up 79 East Plains here. It was private, like the subject sale was, so there's no MLS listing, so I can't actually say what it looks like on the inside. But the sale price was $555,000 and change, plus 5% obviously for GST. And the notes do say that this one included minimal basement finish, including a rec room and 1 bedroom, but no bathroom.
Thank you. And there was 3 other addresses mentioned, I believe, but there was no sale given on those as well.
What's the next address? I can try pulling it up.
126 Silver Sage.
26 Silver Sage?
126.
This one I'm showing sold all the way back in 2013, so it's probably a bit older home.
Yeah, that's
and that one went for $470,822, again plus 5%.
okay. That's too old. The other 2, do you have the addresses handy on those, Mr. Pichette?
56 Wild Iris.
So this one's February 2014.
That's no good either.
Yeah.
What's the last one, Mr. Pichette?
7 Wild Iris.
And this one's 2012.
Okay, no, that's good. Thank you. That's all my questions.
And I don't have any questions. What number were you looking for, Mr. Touchette?
So based on the lower end of the scale that was used, here being, a low of 201 per square foot, ranging to a high of 246 per square foot. I was looking for something lower in that range. I suggested 210, which would put us around about 529.
529. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you for having me.
Michelle?
Next would be 35 Newberry.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning. This is Julius Anang, 35 Newberry Crescent.
Yeah, can you turn your video on, please?
Yeah, just a moment.
There you are.
Yeah.
Need to affirm you first before we get started.
Good morning. This is Julius Anang, 35 Newberry. Oh, sorry.
Can you turn your video on, please?
Yeah, I have to. Yeah. So sorry, I had the webcast on too, so there was an echo.
Okay. Can you state your full name, please?
Julius Bengbong Anang.
Confirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Anang.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're going to start with the assessor, Mr. Kupfer, if you'd like to lead us through your brief.
Pardon? Can you repeat yourself, please?
Sorry, we're just going to start with the assessor. He's going to read his brief first.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
So we'll start with 2019. I believe both were appealed, 2019, 2020. So 35 Newberry Crescent, parcel ID number 10005889000 in the South Tuxedo neighborhood. It's a one-story single-family dwelling constructed in 1978 with an effective age of 1998. Living area of 2,436 square feet, a full basement with basement finish, 4 bathrooms, central air, fireplace, and both an attached garage and an indoor pool. The lot size is just under 10,000 square feet. My 4 comparables, 1 through 3, are also in South Tuxedo. Number 4 is in Tuxedo. They're all 1 stories, similar to the subject, constructed between 1960 and 1981. Living areas for the 4 comparables range from a low of 2,059 square feet to a high of 2,354 square feet. All have full basements with basement finish, similar to the subject. Bathrooms, again, similar to the subject. All have central air conditioning. All have at least 1 fireplace. All have attached multi-garages. And comparable number 4 has an in-ground pool, similar to the subject. Lot sizes are all fairly comparable, ranging from a low of 9,741 square feet to a high of 10,400 square feet. Our time-adjusted sale prices for the 4 comparables ranges from a low of 582,800 to a high of 708,400. Our time-adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $248.21 to a high of $324.66. 2019 assessment for the subject property is set at $805,000 after a supplemental assessment bill was issued due to renovations that we'll talk about in a bit. The home was originally purchased in 2016 for $640,000 prior to those renovations taking place. Thank you.
Did you have any questions, Mr. Anang, of what the assessor has just stated?
I do have several questions, and I'm not sure if he has the assessment that we were mailed. So we received letters of assessment, all of them dated August 12, 2020, for the period dating January 2019 to December 31st, 2019. And then there's a second assessment dated January 2020 to December 31st, 2020. The numbers that are listed where the assessment is increasing from the baseline assessment to the new value is variable all over these letters that I actually do not know what our assessment is and was previously. The other questions that I have with regards to the value that they're assessing, because the increments varying between $200,000 in terms of increasing value. On one of those letters, the one that is dated from January 1st, 2019 to December 31st, 2019, gives an increase of $200,000 in property value. Then there's the letter, which is for the period, let me see if I can find that one. January 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020. There's another increase in value that I'm mentioning of $216,000. I am not quite sure. I am not familiar in this area, so I don't know how this, what this particular numbers mean. But at least as a layperson, I think this is, it sounds to me there might be some mistake in all of this, in this whole process. So I would like to have, I tried to call the city to get somebody to explain these numbers to me. The person I got on the phone, I sent an email document which outlines some of the arguments or some of the presentation here. And it names this person who could not actually tell me how they came about making these changes or this assessment. We bought the home in 2016. We have just, yeah.
Stop you there. Mr. Kupfer, could you please explain the supplementals to Mr. Anang?
From what I can see here, renovations began shortly after purchase of the property in 2016. However, I understand the confusion because we didn't get to it until a few years later. So in 2020, an adjustment was issued dating back to January 1st, 2019, because the work had been done all the way back in 2016. And 2019 was as far back as we could go at that point. The renovations, as far as I can tell, included kitchen, bathrooms, basement, as well as converting a sunroom, a previous sunroom, into a bedroom. But again, we can go over that a bit more later. So the value change for 2019 was $605,000 to $805,000. And that should be the number on the 2019 comp sheet here, right? 805,000, yes. And then the change for 2020 was from 672,000 to 888,000.
So my question is, how do you go from an assessment from 605 to 805, and then you're back down to 672 now to 8,888?
So every 2 years, we reassess every property in the city. So even if no changes had been made, even if we hadn't done anything, gone to the property, spoken to you or anything, the value would have changed from 2019 and 2018, the 605, to the 672, which was the new value for 2020, 2021, just based on market increase.
The other point to talk about is, so how does the city assess, because you mentioned about the basement is incomplete finish. So it's not every aspect of the basement is finished. And there's also a mistake there on your file stating that we did change the sunroom into a bedroom. The sunroom is still the sunroom. It's been, all what has happened is that the hot tub has been taken out of the sunroom, and all we did renovate that same space is still a sunroom. So it's not a bedroom. And what particular role that would play, I don't really understand. And the reason why they had to pull city permits for that particular room was because when they started doing the repairs, they found out that it was out of code, that the foundation was actually damaged. So they had to repair the foundation, and they had to fix the electricals to bring them up to code. There was even a gas leak when they were doing some of this construction, just like some of the presenters today have talked about. This house was, certain things were just beyond, were really damaged to the point when we were moving to the home, we we're just going to repaint and move into the house. But once they started doing some of the drywall, they found that there was a lot of damage. So just because we replaced those walls, even the money for renovation cannot automatically become new value to the home. The home was valued at $600,000, at least was sold at $640,000. I am not too sure how we will spend an equivalent amount, and then it's now automatically new value, added value to the home, because we're basically doing a repair of a home. The exterior of the home has not changed. We still have work, for example, that's on which still has to be completed. The exterior completely, the deck, the swimming pool, which you mentioned on your assessment, is actually in the near future not going to be usable unless we maintain it's cracked and it's almost collapsing. Because those are things you put into the value there. And the other point is that since we bought this property in all the main renovations were done in 2016, nobody ever has come into the home to assess it. The people who've issued permits have stood by the door side, especially for the sunroom renovation, which happened this June. The city inspectors never got inside, understandably because there's COVID. Nobody's come to inspect the home to actually have a real value or some sort of value assessment.
Yeah, so the converting a sunroom into a bedroom is what it was titled on the permit. So that's why I described it that way. Looking at our building records here and our assessment records, I'm still showing a sunroom on file here, 240 square foot sunroom. So apparently our assessor didn't remove that sunroom. As you stated, it wasn't actually changed. Like you said, you bought the house for
that would have been a false filing or mistake by the contractor, because it's still a sunroom. There's not anybody living in there. It's not a living room. It's not a bedroom. It's still a sunroom. It has 3 big windows. So it's just, and the door itself, nothing has changed. It's still the same location. Nothing fundamental has changed. We still have the same boarded heaters. Not much has changed.
Well, the permit states right in the title, work includes new insulation, new vapor barrier, and finishes. So that would make sense that they would have to add more things into the walls if they're converting from a sunroom into a bedroom. Does that sound right?
Yeah, there were upgrades because they told us that these are city requirements that we needed to have a different ventilating, or we put on the air circulation needed to be improved in that space.
Correct. So when you've done these types of upgrades to your home, you've increased the value of your home, and that's why we did the supplemental assessment notice. That's why the value increased, right? You bought the house for $640,000, and then you put considerable amount of time and renovations into it. Even though that was back in 2016, we didn't catch it until later, 2019, 2020. So that's when the adjustment happened.
My question, just for my understanding purposes, so if I bought a home and I spent $100,000 to renovate the home, is the home value increased by $100,000 automatically?
No.
Because the amounts you have citing here, this is about almost amounting to the renovation cost we incurred.
No, it's not an automatic dollar for dollar. If you put
but it's almost equivalent.
Then it doesn't automatically increase the value by $100,000. Some renovations will increase by the resale value by more, and some renovations will increase the resale value by less, depending on what those types of renovations are.
So even going back to this form here, so I'm not very clear what the explanation is. How you have the assessment issued on the same date, but having different numbers.
Because they're as of a different reference date. So the 2019 value is saying if we sold it in that current condition as of April 1st, 2016, and then the 2020 value is saying if we sold it in that 2020 condition as of April 1st, 2018. So 2 years later, the market being higher, home sales being higher 2 years later, that's why your 2018 or your 2020 value is higher than your 2019 value.
Both letters reference the market value as of April 2018.
Yes.
So how are we going back to 2016 then?
That's for the
we'll talk about 2019, 2020.
Because you appealed the 2019 value. That one is April 1, 2016, and then the 2020 value is April 1, 2018.
Yeah. So I guess I might have to get some professional to do some interpretation for me here, because I just don't follow. Because the same references are given at the bottom of the letter, the period which you're basing the value of the home to, April 2018. But then you saying the value, the home was less valued again, you're saying you increased the value of the home for the period for December 31st, 2019. The house was valued at 800, you valued the house at 805. But January 2020, you now value the house at 672. Is that what I'm understanding here?
Not quite. We're saying as of a market sale date of April 1, 2016, that's where that 805 would sell at. And then as of an April 1, 2018 date, that's where the 807 70, whatever the higher value is, would sell it. It's not a 1 day change, it's a 2-year change. That's what you seem to be unclear on still.
But the period we're talking about is just not even a 2-year period. It's 2019, 2020.
Right, we don't change the assessment every single day to mark up with that change in market value every single day. It's every 2 years. We say on this date, what would it sell for 2 years later, 2 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The second question here is that I got an email from your secretary this morning, which shows 4 properties on the same street. But unfortunately, you did not indicate what the assessment value of those properties are, so I could compare based on what the assessment here, because I have another letter which is showing that my property, and on your city maps, it shows that our property is valued at 916,000. So you go from 640 in, at least if the city agree with that, 640 in 2016, and we do a renovation, and then 4 years later, you have the value of 916,000. That, to me, looks like an exaggerated jump, given that the city has not inspected our property to actually see what is it they're valuing. Because as I said, there's damage outside of the building itself that will result in a reduction in the value of the place, because that has not been taken care of.
The 2020 assessment sheet that you should have been sent has a value of 888,000, I'm showing.
There's an assessment letter, I'm not sure, this one here. It says 916. I know that's the same value that's reflected on city maps, city of Winnipeg property assessment maps. It says $916,000. So if we go from the 640 or 605, which was the initial assessment, and then you're 916, that's about more than 200,000 jump. This is almost more than the amount we did for the renovation. So I just wonder, how does this really happen? Is somebody really, if we wanted to sell our property, somebody's really going to buy at this price? I personally would not buy a home, the home I'm living in, at that price.
Yeah, so the 916, that's 2021. That's what we have that set at for 2021. And then for 2020, it's showing at 888. And then for 2019, 805. Yeah,
but if we look at the properties on that street, even the ones that are 2-story, which have a similar living space, similar land square footage, there's none of them that is valued at this price.
Are you talking about comparable assessments now, or are you talking about other sales that have happened in your area?
Even sales that have happened there. For example, Newberry Crescent was sold 2 years ago. Actually, it was a personal friend. They didn't even get $750 for their property, $750,000 for their property. We know that because we had somebody who was interested there. So they couldn't even get that for the sales price. And then there's a property that would be, I'm not sure what it's, Newberry 33 or something like that, or 32. Their property was on the market for a long period. Again, but it's not a single-story building. This one is a 2-story building. And this person tried to sell it at $1 million, but ended up having to do more renovation. And it was only about 2 years later that they sold that property. So I'm not too sure. Again, I'm not an expert in this area, but I'm just wondering, is it really a fair assessment? Because I personally, if I were to buy that home, with what is still left to be done, nothing's been done exteriorly, just to mention that. And I personally would not pay $800,000 for this building, for this house.
Okay.
And
sorry, I have to stop you there.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to proceed, and I'd like to hear the story about your renovation. Okay, we've got many other people on the topic. So we just need to proceed. Everybody needs to ask questions, and we'll have a clearer picture, okay? And
okay, I'm sorry about that.
Well, that's okay. We're only dealing with your 2019 and your 2020 right now.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Moretsky, did you have any questions of the assessor?
Yes, I'm looking at the comparables, and the subject property is quite a bit more than even the highest comparable, and that includes the square foot numbers as well. Can you just reiterate Okay, just from that perspective, why it would be such a big jump from the comparables, this particular property?
Well, I think comparable one gets us closest to, at least. It does have some upgrading, as you can tell by the effective age there. And then looking at the actual price per square foot where it's sold, it wasn't too far off. Given that it's on an external corner, I would count that as a negative influence as well. The other three comparables, or at least comparables 2 and 3, like you said, aren't updated, and they're reflected in the lower sale prices. And then again, comparable 4 sold at about $324 a foot, being that it was upgraded similar to the subject. So I wasn't able to find something that was as upgraded and the same size. Comparables 1 and 4 are both about 300, 400 square feet smaller, but are fairly similar in terms of the level of upgrading that they've experienced. And I think that's reflected in the price per square foot.
Yeah, I'm just a little curious in this situation why modeling seems to be a little bit different than it normally is, because it usually puts the assessment somewhere in between the comparables. In this case, it really kind of jumped on top of them. So I'm just curious about that, why in this case the assessment did that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have any really better answer for you, other than I think that the subject is better upgraded than all 4 of these comparables. And even the ones that do have some upgrading, comparables 1 and 4 there, like I said, they're 300 to 400 square feet smaller, which is why their sale price is lower as it shows. And yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to find any better comparables for this.
Sorry, I can't hear you anymore. I couldn't hear the last few sentences that you had said.
Sorry, I just said I don't think that I have a perfect comparable here for 2019. Like I said, the ones that are updated, fairly similar to the subject, are quite a bit smaller. And then the ones that are similar sized haven't been updated nearly as much as the subject has.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'll have to say about it.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Buss.
The permit that was taken out, what was the value on it, and what did it state on the permit again? You might have said it earlier, but you just go over it quickly on behalf.
There were multiple permits, so bear with me here. This first one I'm going to tell you is April 2016 it was issued, so right after the purchase of the house. And it reads, renovations to an existing 1-story single family to relocate stairs and reconfigure the ensuite, washroom, and kitchen. And that one they have listed as $25,000. There's also permit to develop the lower level of an existing single-family dwelling, construction to include 2 new basement bedroom windows, new bedrooms, finished rec room, utility room, office, media room, and washroom. For that one, they only have listed as $3,500. So they're taking the minimum on that one. And then the last permit listed here is the establishment of a bedroom in an existing sunroom. Work includes new insulation, vapor barrier, and finishes. All work to be yada yada yada, and that one they have is $30,000.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. So just in regards, Mr. Kupfer, to your comparables, I'm going to say that your comparable 1, would that not be your best one because it's one that's renovated?
Yeah, that would be a fair assessment. It's also obviously on the same street, so close by, similar size lot. It's orientated on the corner, obviously, which is typically a bit of a negative influence. I'm just going through the listing right now to see what it says about upgrades for you.
Yeah, could you read out the listing for us, please?
I'll read out the whole thing for you. Offers presented as received. This gorgeous South Tuxedo bungalow features 4 bedrooms, 2 full and 2 half baths. Stunning newer gourmet granite kitchen, spacious master with beautiful 4-season atrium, large gracious living/dining room, family room with a wood-burning fireplace and open beam cathedral ceiling, huge rec room with gas fireplace, pool table and hot tub, inviting front entrance with custom tile and fish pond feature, all on a stunning landscaped lot.
Okay. So for all that renovation, then you've got an adjusted sale price of $638,000?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Anang.
Yes, Ms. Chair.
Would you take us through the renovation on your house?
From 2016?
No, well, we've got your purchase price. Just tell us briefly what the renovations were in your house.
So we did, one of the main thing was that we did, on the main floor, we did reduce the number of bedrooms. There used to be 3 bedrooms. So we reduced that into 2 bedrooms. And for with the other room, we created space for a larger ensuite bathroom and a closet for my daughter. And the kitchen area was fragmented into 3 portions. We enlarged that in just an open space to a concept. And what else? As mentioned, we did, because the stairway which was there was a little bit more of a claustrophobic, very small stairway going down to the basement. So we did get a larger one, and based on the advice of the architect, we moved it from one corner to the other. In the basement, we have renovated, my estimate, 65%, and it involves some guest rooms, in the 2 guest rooms in the basement. We have a TV or media room, and then I have a small home office, which again is partially renovated because part of it is under the stairway. And there's also, again, I'm not sure you want to know about bathrooms in the building. So there's one in the basement, there are 2 upstairs, and then there's a, what do you call, so yeah, and some of them have a bathroom at the entrance for the guests. The most recent renovation, which we also did change the roof, if that's something that I need to mention, so because the roof was damaged. We did, this year, we initially thought about putting a bedroom where we had the sunroom. But after talking to the contractor, he told us there needed to be more extensive work, including breaking down or some sort of making, adjustments into the basement to where you have the power or the heating and all the appliances. So we decided not to pursue that route. So we kept it as a sunroom, but we had to update it because when you once sat in there, especially in the winter, it was too cold because the windows there were not insulating well enough because they were from a long time ago. So those are the main renovations we've made. If they have that, it's possible that the contractor might have filed a permit for a bedroom, but in the end, it was just a sunroom. And one of the things, again, I'm not trying to argue here, Mamai, I don't know, I'm not familiar in this area, but I just want to have a fair assessment, to have that is a fair assessment if we happen to sell the house, that somebody's actually going to pay something similar to what we pay in terms of property taxes. And so that sunroom had a hot tub. Right now, we don't have a hot tub there, so it's not as usable as it was before. It might be saving some energy because more energy efficient now, but we are not actually having more value out of the sunroom because it doesn't have a hot tub.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cooper, do you have any questions?
Has the pool been used since you moved into the home?
We use the pool, but that is occasionally because there constantly technical issues there. And through this summer, we actually do have corners of we thought there was a leakage because there are a lot of cracks around the pool. And I'm not sure if in the next season even whether to be able to use it. Just saying, these are things that are pending. And so we value the house at so much, I'm not just sure because we have still a lot of, and even the deck itself, the porch around, which is next to the pool, It's collapsing. I actually had to get some fixtures put on there. We're not getting out through that area because it's a little bit risky. We think that we were not, we might have the second home, the second time we're buying a home, but I don't think we're that sophisticated in really knowing what deficiencies are in a house. Because they told us they had a good deck, it was composite, but they actually built a composite deck on top of a collapsed deck. So it's actually a hazardous area. And that's going to be, we asked somebody to come and do it, give us an estimate as to how much it would cost to repair that deck alone. They told us $45,000, right? We don't have that. So if I told the next person who's going to buy the house that this is what awaits you, I don't think they will be giving me the price we send it. But again, all as I said, I just want a fair assessment. And I don't think at this point, with somebody from the city not being on the property to do that assessment, to take a look at it, I'm not sure. So,
could you tell me a little bit more about the sale of the house? From what I understand, this was a private sale. I wasn't able to find a listing or anything about it.
I didn't hear you. Please.
Can you tell me more about the sale of the house when you purchased the house? How did that happen? Because I can't find a listing.
This was what we did. It wasn't even listed. So we had one of the neighbors is friends with us. They say, oh, there was this. The person was a widow who was living there. She was planning to move into a seniors or a different apartment, and she didn't think she needed to live in a big house. She wanted to sell it. So we said, okay. So we were interested. We're looking for a larger home because we're living in a condo, which was just a 2-bedroom. And we had a daughter, so we're looking for more space. So we got there and we thought we found somebody who would do a property assessment for us. We hired one of the companies. So that person went in there and said, oh, everything looked fine, which after the fact, I'm not sure what liability they have. We find all these code violations, including a gas leak. I'm not sure if the city has that on file. There was an illegal fire site that had been mounted. And so we had to pay for all of that. So when you see some of the expenses that we incurred, that they were not actually adding values, repairing things that were done off the record, I'm not sure. But those are some of the things which we're not aware of. We are not such informed home buyers. So some of those things could have been avoided. So but it's not the city's fault. It's our fault.
Was it the assessor, the person who inspected the home, the one who recommended the $640,000 to you? Did you get an opinion of value at that time?
That person's job, I think the primary reason for that person to look at it was about the safety and to see that there were major, concerns in terms of, like code violations and things like that. But we were given the okay that it was good for that price. So I don't think we formally got anybody else, but even when we talked to the bank people seem to agree that it was a good price they gave us the mortgage. So they agreed that this was, I guess, reasonable for, the home for that price.
Okay, thank you.
But these were two separate things. That say so the company or person we hired was not part of from the bank, was just somebody we were recommended to hire to do an inspection of the home.
So that $640,000, was that an asking price? Is that what the homeowner was trying to sell it for? Or is that something that you offered based on what people told you they thought it was worth?
They requested more than that. So we negotiated down to that. I think they were asking maybe 10 or 20 more. Okay. But based on what other people told us. So, but again, we could use a real estate agent, but we thought maybe we wanted to reduce the amount of bureaucracy, and because again, it was a reason. We trusted what the lady said, but I guess she probably did not have enough insight into the issues as well in the home. So she thought everything was fine, including the hot tub, which we had to remove now because it was also broken. And the pool itself had not been used. So one of the things we probably, got into some of these issues that we actually should have, find somebody to inspect everything and to run it, and then, but it's all in the past. Yeah, all I'm trying to mention is that there's still, especially in the exterior, there's still things there that probably will not necessarily be augmenting the value of the property. I wish that was the real property and I hope that what the city assesses that's something that I can present to somebody if we decide to sell the home.
No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moratsky, did you have any questions?
So you bought bought the house for $640,000 in 2016.
Yeah.
But with all the things that you did and the condition that it's in right now, what do you think you would have had to pay for that house when you bought it in 2016 if it was the way it is now?
If we go back and look at some of the codes and things that we needed to make up for, we'll probably have gone something maybe 500 and maybe 550, or at least 100 less.
You think you would have paid less for it?
We thought at least we would have bargained it down, not the 640.
Well, maybe you misunderstand my question. But I'm just talking about the condition of the house. You improved the house since you bought it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So with those improvements, what would you have paid for it when you bought it? If that house had those improvements already, what do you think you would have paid for it?
I would imagine something maybe between 700 and 750.
Between 7 and 750. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
And that will be, if you, am I allowed to say one comment? Because there's a Newbury 27, a friend of mine actually lived there, and they actually have maybe about approximately the same living space. I think because another friend was interested in buying it, and the offer there was about 750, we thought would have been reasonable. So I would imagine that, something in that range would be something that I would pay for.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate your answer.
Thank you. Mr. Buss, question?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Anang?
Yeah.
The assessor had said basically you paid $25,000. You didn't pay, sorry. That was your the
estimate for the work, yeah.
Right. So what else have you put into the house?
Apart from the construction itself, we have appliances. Actually, we are lucky because the heat, the oven itself had been installed in 2013, was still functioning. And so basically what they did, most of the maintenance work that was done there was rewiring. There's a lot of, with the power supply, there were a lot of webs of cable. So we almost spent about $16,000 trying to deal with electricals, and including the fuse box as well. What else? Apart from kitchen appliances and laundry and all the things that I don't remember much else.
Okay, so can you just give me one overall number of what you have spent on the renovation?
If I were to include the ones because for I can remember the renovation that we did this past spring, summer, which finished in June of this year. So the budget we had for it was we budgeted about $45,000. And from the previous, I could only give you an estimate of what I remember based on the bills that were presented at the time. I couldn't gather all of those bills that the contractor presented to us, but I would think that we spent somewhere close to between $250 and $300,000.
So sorry, you spent $250,000 on the house?
Yeah.
Since you
everything included, because most even including the appliances, they were run through the contractor, so they had to do some of the purchases. So it's not just the renovation itself.
Okay, so on top of the $640,000 that you paid for the house in 2016, you feel you put in $250,000.
If I were to put it, if I were to look at every single, because the contractor had to hire, or we hired other people to do different services. Some of them potentially would have been exterior in terms of like removing cables on the drive or cables that would go into the yard. That will be what I would estimate there. So about $250,000 overall.
All right.
Including this spring, if I add the money we spent this spring.
Okay, thank you. Now we're just going to move on to 2020.
Okay.
Mr. Kupfer, if you'd like to read your brief, please.
Everything for the subject will remain the same for 2020 in terms of our characteristics here. Comparables 1 through 4, again, all in South Tuxedo, all one-story single-family dwellings, constructed between 1977 and 1994, all with an effective age. They've all been remodeled with the exception of comparable 2 there. The living area for the 4 comparables ranges from a low of 2,180 square feet to a high of 2,675 square feet. All have full basements with basement finish. Comparable number 4 there is full part area, so it has part crawl space. They all have basement finish. They all have between 4 and 5 bathrooms, if I'm not mistaken here. They all have central air conditioning. They all have at least 1 fireplace. They all have the attached multi-garage, and comparables 1 and 2 have in-ground pools, similar to the subject. The lot size for the 4 comparables ranges from a low of 8,424 square feet to a high of 11,695 square feet. And the time adjusted sale prices for the 4 comparables ranges from a low of $740,900 to a high of $1,143,500, or a time adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $313.54 to a high of $467.88. The 2020 assessment, the subject property is set at $888,000 or $364.53 per square foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Anang?
I think the same question I had with the previous one will apply here in terms of I wonder if this is a fair assessment for the property and.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moratsky, questions?
No questions.
Mr. Buss?
No questions. Thank you.
And I have no questions. And did you wish to add anything else, Mr. Anang?
I guess during the conversation, I may have strayed off to all the commentaries here, but I respect what the board does, and I just wish that you take a look at what some of the things I've written down in that document and see if this is a fair assessment for my property. I will respect whatever decision I'm. I am somebody who likes public utilities and the services that the city provides, and I would like to pay. I like paying my taxes. So. And it's not a board. I just is it a fair assessment? That's all I would like to know from the board. And I know you guys do a fantastic job at that, and have no further input at this point.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Oh, okay, does Nancy Flockton only have one?
Yes.
Hey, Annie.
Robert, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Wait to turn on your visual.
Hello? Yeah, we're on there. Oh, sorry. Hello?
Yes, we need you to turn the video part on, please.
We don't know what we're doing with Zoom. Could we just talk on the phone, or?
No, we have to see you.
You have to see us. Because originally, while we're on Zoom, it says, please wait, the meeting host will let you in soon. And we already went through checking our audio and everything, so
Sorry, no, we need to have you by video as well.
Yeah, so we don't know what we're doing then. We're on here and it says that the mneepin@winnipeg.ca will let us in soon. So we've got it open here. We've checked our audio video, so
You have to turn your camera on.
Okay, we're on video. and there it is, okay? We can see ourselves here.
We can't see anything at our end.
There should be a button on their screen.
Which button?
There should be a button on your screen.
Like we can see ourselves in the box right now, so we don't know which button you're referring to, but
Well, if we're not able to see you on video, unfortunately, we're going to have to move along.
have to what? Well, we've been waiting for. We are already here. We've got so it said something about we could do it on the phone or Zoom. So I'm not sure.
No,
but we're on Zoom right now, and I don't know what button to hit. Then I'm sorry.
I can't help you. I'm sorry.
Pardon?
I don't know what your computer looks like, so I can't help you.
Yeah, we're on there. It says that we're gonna be allowed to be asked to join.
We have to.
Okay, sorry. I'm gonna have to put you back in the waiting room. Yeah, we have to have the video capability, and I currently can't see you. So.
So why does it say in our letter that we could?
Moving on. 139 Grenville and Thomas. Give me 1 sec to find him. Thomas?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I will affirm you in before we get started.
Okay.
Can you state your full name, please?
Thomas Fraser Rempel-Ong.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. We're going to start with the assessor. Mr. Kupfer, whenever you are ready, if you could take us through your brief, please.
139 Grenfell Boulevard, parcel ID number 100031160000. It's in the Old Tuxedo neighborhood area. It's a 2-story single-family dwelling constructed in 1935, an effective age of 1980. 4,336 square feet of living area, full part area basement finish, 5 bathrooms, central air, 3 fireplaces, an attached multi-garage, and a lot just under 15,000 square feet on the corner. Variables 1 through 4 are spread out a little bit. Old Tuxedo, and the Wellington Crescent area. However, they are all 2 stories, constructed between 1917 and 1984, with the effective ages ranging before you. Comparables 1, 3, and 4 are all full part area basements, similar to the subject. All 4 comparables have basement finish. All 4 comparables have similar bath counts to the subject. All have central air. All have at least 1 fireplace, although none of them have 3. All have attached multi-garages, and none of them have detached garages or pools. The lot sizes for the 4 comparables range from a low of 9,744 square feet to a high of 12,994 square feet. Time-adjusted sale prices for the 4 comparables range from a low of $1,053,400 to a high of $2,115,600. Or a time-adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $262.17 to a high of $620.05. Subject property sold about 2 years after our reference date, as you can see there, 2020, for $1.525 million. It was after that sale that we did form sales verification on the property, which amended the value from $1,091,000 to $1,392,000, and that's what was appealed by the homeowner. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, do you have any questions of what the assessor has just stated?
I guess I have two main questions. One is, Nathan, does your system show when the last in-person inspection of 139 Grenfell occurred?
Let me see what I can see in our notes here. The last contact, I believe, was in 2016. We came out and left a card, but didn't get a response on that. I'm showing a note here. I assume that was you that called in October 1st.
Yes.
I spoke to a member of our department just inquiring about why the increase happened. But in terms of an in-person inspection, nothing recent. So the sales verification changes were done based on the sale. The MLS sale record and the photos and the description that would have come with it.
Okay. And then I guess the only other thing is I note some of the features in here. I assume that's from information you have, but for example, and correct me if this is something that would have to be dealt with outside of the meeting, but in the description of the property, it has your 2 half baths and then the 3 fireplaces, but having lived in this property, there's only 1 half bath and 2 of the 3 fireplaces are not usable. And if that's something that I wait for my own presentation, I can save that for my portion.
Sure. So this is a little bit confusing how we word this. So a full bath, we're calling a 4-piece bath. So toilet, sink, shower, and tub. The half baths with showers are 3-piece baths, so that's toilet, sink, and just a standing shower with no tub. Okay. So according to our record here, we have 3 full baths, that's 4-piece baths, and then 2 3-piece baths.
So then if it was, just so I understand, if it's a sink, toilet, shower, so 3-piece, should that be in a half bath category?
That would be a half bath with shower.
Okay.
So that's what we have here, 2 half baths with showers each. So that's 2 3-piece bathrooms, and then 3 4-piece bathrooms. That's what we have on file here.
Okay. Because then I think part of the issue with the assessment is that having lived here, there's only 4 bathrooms in total. And from how you've explained the description, 3 of them are half baths, 1's a full bath. And yeah, I guess with the fireplace issues, and if that's something that I should save for like my own portion of the presentation, I can, but okay.
Yes, Mr. Rempelong, yeah, it's for your presentation.
Okay, in that case, I don't have any further questions for Nate. I'll save the rest for my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Moretsky?
Yes, the $1,090,000 assessment, what assessment year was that again? Roll?
That was for 2020 and 2021.
Okay, and this is for 2021 then. You raised it to $1,392,000?
That's correct.
And what was that based on again?
That was based on the sale. So the description of the home at the time of sale, we would have just adjusted our building characteristics to line up with what was on the sale, I suppose, and then added anything that was missing, and that new value came out to the 1.392 million.
So that was the sale of $1,525,000. That's what you're referring to.
That's right. So keep in mind it's characteristics and condition as of the year of assessment, and then price as in market date April 1, 2018. So it's current condition and market date of April 1, 2018.
Yeah, I sort of understand current condition, but you are allowed to use sales outside of the reference area, sales numbers?
No, so the sale price itself isn't a factor. We can only use comparable sales before that April 1, 2018. However, we are looking at what the actual condition of the house was in 2020 and in 2021. So it's the condition for the year that's under appeal and the market date for April 1, 2018. That's what our assessment represents.
Okay, so you're not really regarding that 1,525,000 is what you're telling me?
Yeah, we're not chasing after that number. This is based off of other comparable sales, other values, but that condition at the time that it was sold.
Okay, it kind of seems like you are, though, as we've gone along here, that you're kind of a little bit part of your consideration. Just a comment on my part. You don't have to respond to that. Okay, no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Best.
Yes, the varied age, effective age on the property, 1935, 1980. Was that just put on now when you were doing the upgrading of the value, or has that been on for?
This was done in 2020 by one of our modelers. He was the one who reviewed the sale and made the changes, and that was done in the summer of 2020.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
So further to that, then, Mr. Krupfer, the modeler changed the effective age to 1980, correct?
Correct.
But what was that based on? Why 1980?
So effective age, there's two main factors. One, obviously, you're familiar with are the renovations that are done. We'll adjust the effective age upwards in a way to try and compensate for those renovations and improvements that are done. The other thing that was done to this house was there was an addition that was put on some time back, and that's also something that will affect our effective age. So if we say that, for example,
oh, sorry. So when was that renovation put on?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at exactly for you here. Uh, 2009, the permit, construct a one-story, 1,024 square foot attached garage and a 97 square foot mudroom addition on the main floor to the east side. I have also foundation repairs permits in 2009.
Okay, and was the house inspected after that addition?
I don't see any evidence that that it was inspected. There are notes regarding the permit, but it doesn't say definitively whether it was inspected or not, so I can't say that it was.
Okay, so do you know when it was last inspected?
From what I can tell, the last time we tried was in 2016 when we left a card and didn't get a response, obviously from the previous owner, not the current owner. No notes about an actual in-person inspection, no.
Okay. Comparable number one, would you say that's your best comparable because it's also located in Old Tuxedo?
Certainly in terms of location and the layout of the property itself, being that it's a larger property, it's on a corner, internal corner instead of an external corner. But comparable number one, there's no apples and apples here. You're right, it's probably our closest. Let me just pull up the MLS really quickly for that one so I can give you a little bit more information about it. Let's see if there's a Okay, so the big difference with this one obviously is it was constructed in 1984. And I would say this one is actually fairly original, back to the 80s. It's got a lot of wood paneling. Yeah, probably not as updated as the subject is, but pretty close. With the big difference obviously being the age of construction, like I said.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you, I can't quite always hear you with your microphone, but did you say that the sale in 2020 has nothing to do with the 2021 assessment roll?
I'm saying the sale price from 2020 has nothing to do with the 2021 assessment roll. However, the condition of the home in 2020 is what we're basing the assessment on. Yeah, market values in 2018 and condition in 2021.
Okay. When in 2020 did this house sell?
The possession date was June 2020.
Okay. And do you have the MLS listing for the house?
I do.
And with pictures?
So we have multiple listings here. They seem to think the house was worth a lot more than it was originally. They listed it for $1.9 million. And then that one expired. But there was 20 photos with that listing. Would you like me to read it?
Sure.
Landmark property in Old Tuxedo, remarkable home with beautiful classic details and amazing upgrades. Unsurpassed location and grounds nestled in these gorgeous tree-lined streets in the area. The original detailing is intact, adds the luxury of modern conveniences such as a huge main floor mudroom with lockers, laundry room, two-piece bath, large office, and attached 4-car garage. Enter the foyer with its grand sweeping staircase. The principal rooms are elegant, perfect for entertaining, with high ceilings, beautiful diamond paned windows, and pegged oak floors. Stunning chandelier plus new recessed LED lighting. The kitchen features stone counters, excellent storage, cork floors, Miele dishwasher, incredible mezzanine family room, breathtaking with lofty beamed ceiling fireplace and gorgeous treetop views. 4 bedrooms, spacious ensuite bath, completely redone basement with high ceilings, wet bar, substantial wine fridge, 3rd fireplace, and full bath. Walk to Assiniboine Park and local cafes.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Oh, and Mr. Buss has a further question. Thank you.
When was the, you said it was listed for 1.9 million? What date was that?
That was in December of 2019.
Thank you.
Mr. Rempel-Ong, would you like to give us your presentation?
Absolutely. So I guess there's 2 aspects to my presentation. I did email a package to the secretary. So I would first direct the board to, it would be pages 3 and 4 with regards to my neighboring property of 135 Grenfell Boulevard. I understand from Nate's presentation that the sales price didn't figure directly into the assessment change, but if we're trying to determine the value of 139 Grenfell, I feel it is relevant to point out that 135 Grenfell was listed and actually sold effective November 5th. So if I can explain, I believe it would be page 4 of my package. My realtor provided the sales history to 135 Grenfell Boulevard, and showing here 135 Grenfell was listed on October 14th for 1.35 million. There was a reduction in the list price on October 24th, and then November 5th, it sold for 1.14 million. So essentially 200,000 below asking. And also when I compare the 2 properties, if I use the city assessment information, 139 Grenfell, which is my home, has 4,336 square feet of living area. 135 Grenfell, it's 4,652. And from the sales information, so my home 139 Grenfell has, in fact, 4 bathrooms. 135 Grenfell has 7. My home has 4 bedrooms, theirs has 5. So without getting too far into the technicalities, we essentially have these 2 houses that have sold in the same year. The house I purchased, the purchase price in, call it the spring summer, was 1.5-ish million. The neighbor's now 1.14. So there's been a $400,000 swing in the market value on my street. Now, whether or not that should have a bearing, obviously that's possibly could be a rather long-winded conversation. The other aspect to my presentation is with respect to the condition or the quality of the home itself. So on pages 8 and 9 of my package, page 8 is entitled 139 Grenfell Boulevard Updates and Renovations. This was the listing I was provided from the seller and her agent with regards to all the renovations that were done to the house. And the largest one was in 2009. And then page 9 of my presentation is the actual permit history of the property. So in fairness, extensive renovations were done by the previous owner, but the bulk of those were done most recently 2009, which means these are renovations that are 10 plus years old. Now, in terms of, I guess, other items that I would like to comment on, in the description of the property in the comparable sales report that Nate provided, so it lists 139 Grenfell Boulevard as having 3 full baths, 2 half baths. Based on his explanation that a full bath should be 4-piece, this house actually only has 1 full bath, which is the master ensuite, and that it has sink, toilet, shower, and tub. There is 1 2-piece bathroom on the main floor, and then there is a 3-piece bathroom on the second floor and a 3-piece bathroom in the basement. So I assume what must have happened was in 2004, when there was a basement renovation, possibly there was a full bathroom, but that was downgraded to just a shower. And then in the list of upgrades, it says in 2016 that the second floor kids bathroom was renovated. That second floor bathroom has a sink, toilet, and shower with an adjacent linen closet. So my guess would be in 2016, the previous homeowners probably removed another bathtub because maybe the kids at the time didn't take baths, they only used showers. But if we're looking at the value and the features of the house, the city has here that, in effect, the house has 5 bathrooms. It actually only has 4. And then with respect to the fireplaces, it's listed as 3. Since buying the house, we've had our fireplaces inspected by wet certified fireplace technicians. There is 1 wood burning fireplace that is usable and that we have used. The fireplace in the mezzanine living room that was in the sales listing, it is actually not to code. We have been told that there is no grandfathering, and we've honestly been advised not to try and bring it to code because the fireplace has no liner and the intricate woodworking is within 12 inches of the fireplace. And we've been told that according to code, any potential flammable or combustible materials has to be at least 12 inches away from that fireplace. So in the sales listing, when it promoted this mezzanine living room and the fireplace, it's a beautiful looking fireplace, but I legally cannot use it. And to try to make it to code, I would have to rip out the beautiful woodworking and somehow put a liner inside a brick fireplace that was built back in the 30s. So I guess ultimately, I was looking for the assessed value of the house to go back to the previous $1,091,000, because ultimately there's a lot of these features in the home that I guess were not as advertised, and I guess unfortunately we haven't had an independent inspection of this house in years. So looks like the last set of major permits was in 2009, and as Nate pointed out, they left a card in 2016, but the previous homeowners never made a response. So ultimately, we don't actually have any, in my mind, evidence to justify what amounts to a 27.5% increase in the value of the home. Unless the city wants to use the sales price, but then the recent sales of 135 Grenfell undercuts that possibility.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kupfer, questions?
So you mentioned that one, the fireplace, the one in the mezzanine, you said wasn't up to code. Sorry, did I miss what's wrong with the other fireplace?
So there's a third fireplace in the basement. Unfortunately, it's an electric fireplace that requires a remote. We have not found any remote to operate it, and we have not been able to get a response from the seller. So ultimately, that fireplace.
I haven't heard that one before.
And not to give any, disclosing details of the seller, but our agent found that the seller had her divorce finalized in, I think it was April of 2019. I could find on court records the actual hearing dates, but I believe the reason why this house came on the market and at that $1.9 million was listed at was this was likely part of a divorce settlement. A person who was selling the property was obviously trying to get as much as possible. Unfortunately, as you can tell, the purchase price that I negotiated was much lower than that list price. So whether there's, ill will, hurt feelings, that's a whole other, hypothetical discussion. But, I could understand the other agent trying to promote this house as much as possible. And sorry, I guess one other thing that I should point out is in the sales listing, it promotes a wine fridge. That was removed by the seller. So there's an empty spot in the basement where the $3,000 wine fridge used to be.
Then I just wanted to clarify, it's 1 4-piece bathroom, 2 3-piece bathrooms, and 1 2-piece bathroom, correct?
That is correct.
And since taking possession of the house, have you made any changes or just moved in?
Well, at this point, there's been repairs of around, I don't have the exact amount, but it would be between $40,000 to $45,000. The wood trim on the exterior we had repainted because of the age. The stone walkways, we had the stones lifted and the ground level because of a tripping hazard. And there's been other repairs at that, including to the one fireplace that we can use. And in total, that would be between $40,000 to $45,000.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moretsky, did you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Buss?
No questions, thank you.
I just have one question. When you purchased the home or when you were considering, did you have an inspection done on the house?
Yes, we did have a home inspection done. It pretty much took about 8 hours. And there were a number of items that the home inspector identified and said that we would need to review.
And was one of them the fireplace in the mezzanine?
Yes. So the home inspector did look at the fireplaces on the inside and the outside. The home inspector recommended that we have the fireplaces looked at by wet certified professionals, but the home inspector did not provide a specific comment as to the usability. He essentially said that we needed to have them looked at. He wasn't going to say whether or not, you know, they should be used. So he was very much deferring to a fireplace technician. And honestly, if I had known in advance that the mezzanine fireplace didn't meet code, and to that extent, the sale price would have to have been dramatically reduced, because essentially it's not cost effective to make that mezzanine fireplace usable.
And did you get an estimate of a cost for that to fix that fireplace?
I do not have a price estimate. We did reach out to 3 different companies that repair and maintain fireplaces. 2 of them identified the code issues, but when we asked, they would not provide specific pricing, because the issue with the code deficiencies is to deal with needing the 12-inch clearance, we would actually have to rip out an entire hardwood bookshelf. Unfortunately, I can see it from where I'm sitting, but I can't really move the camera to it. But essentially, the fireplace is in the middle of a library wall, and it is all hardwood. So to address the first code deficiency, to get that 12 inches of clearance, we would have to essentially remove and redesign, rebuild the entire bookcase. The second code deficiency, which is the lack of a liner, this is a little bit of speculation on my part, but the issue is, because it is a stone fireplace, there's no easy way to get inside it to build a proper liner. So I suspect the issue there is you would have to disassemble part of the stone fireplace to actually insert the liner and then rebuild the portion of the stone that was removed. So I could guess as to how much it would cost, but I assume that would at least be 5 figures, possibly a 6-figure cost, between having to redo the hardwoods and, in a sense, reconstruct a stone fireplace or a stone chimney.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So that concludes your property, and thank you for appearing today.
Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will get Ryan here for 27 Castleberry. Oh, it's Ryan, okay. And then after that, do we have Mr. Tour?
Yeah, after that, we have 3 more.
3 more?
Yeah. Robert Martelli.
Mr. Tour and?
Yeah, and also the one for 555, the applicant came back.
Okay.
Hi, Ryan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'll just affirm you in.
Sounds good.
What time are you supposed to be here?
Is there a hearing this afternoon? I have a 2 o'clock doctor's appointment. It's on.
Can you state your full name, please?
Ryan Oliveros.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning.
Mr. Kupfer, whenever you're ready.
Start with 27 Cassowary Lane, parcel ID number 0100960445. This is vacant residential land in Ridgewood South. The zoning for the parcel is R1M. The lot size is just over 7,200 square feet, and we have the retention pond influence on it. Comparables 1 through 4 are all vacant residential land. They are all located on Peregrine Point, which if you refer to the map is kind of the adjoining bay, where all these properties all sold between 2017 and 2018. Our best comparables for the 2020 assessment. The lot sizes for the 4 comparables range from a low of 6,004 square feet to a high of 8,439 square feet. They all have the retention pond influence. The sale price, time adjusted sale prices range from a low of 166,500 to a high of 175,000, or a time adjusted sale price per square foot between $19.73 to $28.59 a foot. Subject properties 2020 assessment is currently set at $177,000 or $24.46 per square foot. Thank you.
Did you have any questions, Brian?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kupfer, so just looking at your comparables here, let's just look at them in order in terms of size. So we have comparable number 3, 6,004 square feet. We have comparable number 2, 6,890 square feet. Comparable number 1, 6,772 square feet. And comparable number 4 at 8,439 square feet. So these are similar to the subject property in terms of the land influences, and I believe these are all pie-shaped lots. So my question is, looking at the properties in order in terms of size, would you agree that economies of scale appears to be a factor with this? Because we can see that the sale prices per square foot tend to decrease as the land sizes get larger.
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't look at your sale price per square foot is going to be a little bit misleading for vacant land like this. It doesn't scale in a linear way. So you wouldn't just take $19.73 and times it by the lot size, or vice versa, the $28 and times it by the lot size.
Okay.
I think the fair thing to say is that our time adjusted sale prices are all fairly accurate within that same ballpark, between about 165 and about 175,000 for this property.
Okay. All right, and just for the time adjusted sale prices here, the department, from my understanding, when they do apply the time adjusted the time adjustments for the sales, is it still correct, and this is just what I've heard from other board hearings again, that these are aggregate adjustments? They're not exactly site specific when it comes to the time adjustments?
Yeah, that's correct. It would be based on our market region, which is a fairly large sample size. So it's not specific to vacant land within Ridgewood South.
Okay. All right. No further questions then. Thank you, Mr. Kupfer.
Thank you. Mr. Radsky, questions?
No questions.
Mr. Buff?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kupfer, sorry, just looking at your brief, I'm just wondering, can you explain why the subject, which is higher in value than the first 3, it's sort of in the middle between 1 through 3 and 4, yet it's got the highest price in terms of size?
So I'm not sure exactly why our model-driven assessment is coming out a few thousand higher. than some of these pretty good comparables just over on Peregrine. Like I said to Ryan, you wouldn't want to apply a price per square foot for vacant land sales like this. I'd say reasonably speaking, comparables, looking at the map, comparables 4 and comparables 2 are about as close as a comparable as you can get in terms of vacant land. And those sold for time adjusted between 166 and 172. So I would suggest that our market value for this property should be somewhere in that area as well.
Ryan, did you want to make your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Linklater. Okay, so the subject property located at 27 Cassowary Lane, roll number 01-009604475. We are requesting the board to reduce the 2020 realty assessment from 177,000 to 159,000. I've provided a map, an aerial map on page 2 of my brief for you all to refer to. So we're looking at a pie-shaped lot here, and now I will just skip on to my comparable sales. That would be on page 4 of my brief. So the comparable sales here range in square footage from 6,003 square feet to 8,439 square feet. Sale price per square foot, minimum $19.42 a square foot to $27.47 a square foot, all with a retention pond influence on there. They all back onto a retention pond. I provided a maps of the comparable properties on page 9 of my brief. And on page 8, you can also see a map of the subject properties on this docket today. The one that we are looking at is more on the northeast side on the map on page 8. Just again, that's another map for you all to refer to. And I've also provided photos of the comparable sales on pages 10 and forward on my brief. Now, mind you that these properties have been further developed, and I did take a drive around the neighborhood, the Ridgewood West development yesterday. So going back to my sales here, now I'm on page 4 again. We can see that economies of scale, our office's opinion is that economies of scale appears to play a factor here. We can see as the land sizes get larger here that the sale price per square foot start to go down in terms of sale price per square foot. So we had to get for this property, we did have to gauge where exactly it would fall on this scale. We did go again with sale price per square foot at $22 per square foot. That results in the value that we are requesting at $159,000, and that is what we are asking the board to reduce the value to today. And that does conclude my presentation, and I am open to questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kupfer, questions?
Do you have any sales that at that actual dollar figure of 159,000, or am I understanding correctly? You took the price per square foot of a larger lot and then applied that to get a reduced value of 159,000.
Yeah, so there were no sales that were the exact same size, no sales that showed that exact price. So really it was taking comparables number 3 and comparable number 4 and just trying to gauge where that is. So I just took basically the middle value between those, $22 a square foot, and that's how I came up to the 159,000. Or the $22 per square foot, I should say.
And your 4 comparables here, these are all on the retention pond side?
These are all on the retention pond side. Yes, that is correct. I did provide the map of the location of the comparable properties on page 9 of my brief for you to refer to. We can see that comparables 1, 2, and 3, they all back onto the retention pond. Comparable 4, subjectively speaking, you can probably see that this property wouldn't have as great of a view. So again, that's why we went in between those two values for comparables 3 and 4.
So that's what I was going to ask you. Yeah, 43 Peregrine, about 18, over 1,000 square feet larger and sold for less. That's more or less to do with the orientation of the property, right? It backs about 3/4 onto a neighboring property and only about 1/4 onto the retention pond.
I would agree with that, yes.
And then based on just what you know about this property, you'd say it backs probably 3/4 onto the retention pond and 1/4 onto 43 Peregrine.
I would agree, yes.
So it's got slightly better orientation towards the retention pond influence.
I would agree.
Okay, that's all. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moretsky?
Well, if you're using the economy of scale argument, then would you say that 39 Peregrine is pretty close to the square foot of the subject property, 27 Castaway?
I would say it was close. I would say it is the closest comparable to the subject. Maybe a slight downward adjustment, like we have would be warranted. Just looking at how the economies of scale is taking into account. I agree that comparable number 4 you would have to adjust for that, but comparables numbers 1, 2, and 3 we can see the effect that economies of scale is having on it. On the lands within the Ridgewood West development.
Okay, so 39 Peregrine has a time-adjusted sale price of $25 or approximately $25 a square foot.
Yes. So typically our office, we haven't really taken time adjustments into account. The lands typically sell for what they will sell at. I've ran into some instances with other boards where they have requested, there were some boards that were in disagreement with applying time adjustments and that we should look at the sale prices as they are. So,
okay.
So again, typically we haven't really applied I haven't applied time adjustments for my later assessment appeals.
Okay, just setting that aside, that argument aside, regarding time adjustments, if we look at the sale price, then is $24.08. Nathan, when was that sale?
That would have been April 29th, 2016. Sorry to cut in there. It is on my brief on page 4.
I kind of missing why you just kind of bumped it down a couple of dollars. It seems kind of a little bit arbitrary.
It is arbitrary. That's because we can't find, because again, we're seeing that the size, as these land sizes get larger, we're seeing that the sale prices per square foot are typically going down. So it had to be an arbitrary adjustment to try to figure out what this property would sell at per square foot.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Best?
No question. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have no questions. Okay, Mr. Kupfer, we're going to move on to 123.
Okay, 123 Cassowary Lane. It's also vacant residential. Parcel ID number 0100960430. Again, Ridgewood South. It's on the same street. It's R1M. The lot size is just under 7,000 square feet. It is on an external corner. It has a light traffic influence, and it also has the retention pond influence. If you look at the map, you can see it's an irregular shaped property, which is part of the reason why it's probably a bit overvalued in our system. Our 4 comparables here, it shows corner properties as well, some of them being misshapen or oddly shapen, like the subject. The four comparables range in size from a low of 5,404 square feet to a high of 8,989 square feet. Again, all on the corner. Time-adjusted sale prices for the four comparables range from a low of 118,300 to a high of 140,700, or a time-adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from $15.65 to $24.45. And the 2020 assessment is set at $166,000 for this property, or $23.77 per square foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Oliveras?
Yes. So just to clarify, just to confirm that I heard this correctly, did you say that the property is overvalued essentially because the orientation of it is at a disadvantage? Is that correct?
Yeah, so having a smaller backyard and a larger front yard is generally not as desirable as the opposite, of course. That's what this subject property has.
Right.
And those types of properties that are shaped that way just aren't as easy to model. So I don't think that full impact is being taken into our value of 166,000. So I would agree that that's a high value given the comparables that I presented. Yeah.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Kupfer.
Thank you. Mr. Moratsky?
No questions.
Mr. Buss?
Subject properties has a retention pond influence? Is that
yeah, so looking at the map, the space between Cassowary and Freeman's Crescent here, this was all green space with a retention pond that runs through here. So 123 Cassowary, even though the backyard is probably only got 30 feet or something there facing that green space, and it's right on the corner, our modelers did give it the retention pond influence, which would increase the assessed value.
It looks to me like comparable number 1, number 3, and number 2 all have a similar circumstance as a subject.
That's why I chose them, correct, yes.
But only the subject is showing retention pond influence.
The others we have as a park influence. I'm not sure how the green space differs there specifically, but it's a similar type of valuation influence in that it would be a positive influence, whether it's park or whether it's green space or whether it's retention pond. Yeah, I haven't driven down here recently, so I can't explain to you exactly how it's orientated further from that, but it is all green space in between Chimera, Peregrine, Cassowary, and Freeman's, and with the retention pond in there in the middle.
Did I hear you say that 166,000 was the high value?
I think it's a high value. Yeah, I don't think our model is taking into effect the odd shape of the property here. So I probably a little bit lower than that.
You have a value that we should be putting on it?
Well, based on the 4 comparables, I would suggest that the appropriate range somewhere in between 118,000 and 140,000. And again, like you said, looking at the map, I would say comparable 1 is probably the closest. It's got the same shape. It's a similar, it's about 1,000 square feet larger, but fairly similar in size. Yeah, it's also on the corner, right? So it has one neighbor, and then it's on the corner, backs onto park, backs onto retention pond. So I would say comparable 1 is probably the closest.
Okay, thank you.
And I have no questions. Thank you. Mr. Oliveras, if you'd like to proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so the subject property, 123 Cassowary Lane, roll number 01-00960-4360. So for this brief and for the my last property going forward, they do follow generally the same structure. So I have provided the same map for the subject property on page 2 of my brief, as well as a map of the development on page 8. And again, the comparable properties, the map of those are on page 9. So we are asking this board to reduce the assessed value from the 2020 realty value from 166,000 to 125,000. So as I think we have already gone through, this property, it is pie-shaped with a wide front and narrow rear, which does make the property less desirable. It's 6,984 square feet. We would disagree looking at page 2 of the map here, that this would have a retention pond influence. I believe the pond wouldn't go right onto the street here as it's showing on page 2. It's our opinion that it should be more of a park influence for the subject property. And you could also see that from the map that I provided of the subject on page 9 of my brief. So going to the comparable sales here, they range in size on page 4 of my brief. They range in size from 5,046 square feet to 7,703 square feet. Sale prices per square foot, not adjusted for time, $16.34 a square foot to a maximum of $21.98 a square foot. Average $18.77 a square foot, and the median at $17.96 a square foot. So for this property, we have applied a sale price per square foot of $17.96 a square foot. You could see that a lot of the weight is being put on comparable number 5 here. I do recognize that it does not have a park influence, but if we scroll over to that comparable on my brief here, so just give me a second while I do that. For 2 Hofstede, we can see, I got a little mixed up here. So 2 Hofstede is actually just the most similar in size of the comparable, of the subject property. It does have a more advantageous orientation with a narrower front but larger rear. So given that, but given the fact that we are recognizing that the subject property does have a park influence, we feel that applying a square foot rate of $17.96 a square foot is still fair. Again, we are accounting for that park influence because this comparable number 5 to Hofstede, it does have a more advantageous orientation. The downside to it is that it does not have a park influence. So we do feel that based off of this, that $17.96 a square foot is fair, and that works us to our value of $125,000. And that is what we are asking the board to reduce the value to today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Moretsky?
No questions.
Questions, Mr. Cuthbert?
No questions.
Mr. Moretsky?
No questions.
Mr. Bess?
One question on page 9 of your brief.
Yes.
Where is the subject property?
Right, so the subject property, so you're not going to actually see it from page 9 of my brief, but the subject property is actually south of where you're seeing. So the map on page 9, the way it's orientated actually is east, north, west, and south. And the subject property is actually to the southwest of the comparable properties that you are seeing on page 9. But you could see it more so on page 8. So the subject property would be on the southwest corner of Cassowary Lane. I have it marked in a red circle there. So it's more in the southwestern portion of the development.
Okay.
Is it clear where that is, Mr. Buss? I hope I explained that well enough.
Yeah, I'm receiving your meaning. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, and I have no questions.
Thank you.
So Mr. Kupfer, if we could proceed to our last property here with Mr. Oliveras.
119 Cassowary Lane. So this is right next door to 123. Parcel ID number 0100960435. Again, vacant residential, Ridgewood South, R1M. Lot size for this one is just over 6,500 square feet. And again, we have that retention pond influence. Comparables 1 through 4 will look familiar. Again, these are the ones along Peregrine Point, the adjacent bay there. Lot sizes for the 4 comparables range from a low of 6,004 to a high of 6,890 square feet. Time adjusted sale prices for the 4 comparables range from a low of 171,300 to a high of 175,000. And the 2020 assessment for the subject property is set at 173,000 or $26.59 per square foot. Looking at the map, you can see that this property is orientated and shaped in a more normal way. So I'm not recommending any reduction for this one based on having a narrow backyard. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Oliveras?
I believe my clarifications will be shown in my presentation, so I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Moretsky?
No questions.
Mr. Buss?
No, I'm good, thank you. No questions.
And I also have no questions. Mr. Oliveras, you could lead us through your brief.
Thank you. Okay, so the subject property, 119 Cassowary Lane, roll number 01-009604365. We're looking at the 2020 Supplementary Realty Assessment again. So page 2, again, providing a map of the subject. We're asking the board to reduce the assessed value from 173,000 to 139,000. So going on to page 3 of my brief, the subject property is rectangular in shape. It's 6,507 square feet, zoned R1M. And for this subject property, to clarify, on page 8 of my brief, it is located next door to the last property that we just spoke about. So you can see that on its location on page 8 of my brief. So our opinion for this property is that this should not have a retention pond influence. Again, we can see that it's sort of further off from the retention pond. It would more so have a park influence to it. And so that's our reason. So we do feel that should only be a park influence. We can also see that once I go through my comparables here. So going to page 4 of my brief, the land sizes range from 5,404 square feet to 8,989 square feet. The sale prices per square foot range from $15.12 a square foot to $23.30 a square foot. So just to add on to the park influence that we feel that the subject property should have, if we can all scroll to the appendix, page 16 to 19 of my brief, 62 and 2 Camera Way. We can see their orientation to the retention pond, again, directly to the north of, or northeast of the subject, that these all have park influences only looking at their orientation. So we feel that the same logic should be applied to the subject property. You can see that these also have park influences on them. Again, that's looking at page 19 and page 17 of my brief. So, so just giving you a chance to observe that, I will move along if we've all seen it. So if you've all had a chance to look at it, I will move forward.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So again, based off of these comparable sales, we are asking the board to reduce the assessed value to $21.29 a square foot. That would come to an overall value of $139,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Kupfer?
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify, you did no time adjustment for your sale prices, right? In your price per square foot?
No time adjustments.
And then these two low ones, you've included 8,900 square foot lots. So you can add in some $15.75 price per square foot, which obviously brings your average down.
That would bring the average down. For this one, though, I believe I did go with the median here, which is $21.29. That's closer to the 86 Kowalski. The subject's at 6,507 square feet for the subject property. So placing more weight on 86 Kowalski here at $21.29 a square foot with that park influence. That would be where more of the weight was placed. Those ones at 8,882 square feet and 8,989 square feet. That was just to add on to the argument. I didn't want to keep on repeating myself for the economies of scale for expediency sakes here. But we can see that economies of scale again is playing a factor when it comes to the sale prices per square foot, when it comes to the size.
Like we pointed out about the last property, it had a large front yard and a small backyard, right? Which we said is not as desirable. So 86 and 90 Kowalski are both the opposite of that, right? They have a small front yard and then a large backyard. You would say that's more desirable?
I would say that is more desirable, yes. And this one, so this property here is a rectangle. But sorry, continue your question, Mr. Kupfer.
Well, that was it. I just wanted to make sure we were looking at the same ones here. Just because I hadn't reviewed Kowalski at all. I was going over Peregrine mostly because it was adjacent there.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moratsky?
So 86 Kowalski then is 2129 based on December 5th, 2016 sales date, correct?
Yes.
So this reference date though is April 2018, correct?
Correct.
So do you agree that there should be some adjustment put on that for those 2 years or 1.5 years?
See the time adjustments, I'm always at a crossroads with that. Again, I've applied time adjustments before the city's time adjustments in sort of my earlier times taking on these assessment appeals. But again, being advised by other boards, as well as some of the other folks in the office, that we should probably just be applying what the properties that sold at. And again, so just to add to that as well, land prices don't move as much as real estate prices, as improved properties. So.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Best?
Yes, I have a question for the assessor. You're saying that it has a retention pond influence, but the applicant is saying that it's on a park. Can you explain, maybe tell me why you think it's on a retention pond?
So when our modeling group splits up these parcels of land, they'll try and apply these influences to all properties, right? So nothing gets left off. So everything along this back area of Cassowary Lane, everything that backs onto this open area was given the retention pond influence because there's a retention pond that runs through the middle of it. However, it doesn't run all the way down to the bottom and wraps around to where the back of this subject property's backyard would be, and more likely stops somewhere in the middle towards the middle of Cassowary Lane, and then it's just green space that continues on beyond that. So I believe that's why Mr. Oliveros is saying that it should really be considered more of a park, because if you looked up the back lane, or if you looked up the backyard, you would probably see the green space, and you would have to look way over in the opposite direction to the left, way off, where you would see the retention pond.
Okay, but so when it's just a park, that means that it's green space, but there's no water there. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, they're both positive influences. They're both more desirable than backing onto another home. That's about it.
But the retention pond would be more desirable than just the park. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, I would say that's correct. It's fairly close.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, and I have no questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Oliveris, for your time.
Thank you for your time, and thank you, Mr. Kupfer.
Thank you.
We're just going to take a very, very quick 5-minute break.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Tour. Are they on mute?
Mr. Tour, can you hear us? Oh, we can't hear you.
Can you hear us?
Oh, yeah. You might have to speak closer to the microphone, though.
Thank you. We're going to start off with our assessor.
Okay.
Oh, yes, and you have to.
Before we get started, I'm going to affirm you in. Who is going to be speaking today? For the applicant. Sorry, I can't hear you again.
Winder and myself. Winder and Colin.
Have your microphone on?
Yes, the microphone is on. Winder and Colin. Winder and Colin.
Oh, there we go. I can hear you. Okay, so are you both speaking today?
Yes, we will.
Okay, so I will swear you in one at a time, okay?
Okay.
Can you state your full name, please?
Colin Andrew Durward.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And sir, can you state your full name, please?
You state your name. Kalwinder Tour.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I can hear.
Oh, do you have a thing on file? Or he's with them? Yeah. That's fine. Sir, could I just have your name again, please?
My name is Kalwinder Tour.
Sorry, the other gentleman.
Colin Durward.
Did you get that? Is it, I'm sorry, sir, is it Durwood?
Yeah, D-U-R-W-A-R-D.
Yes, thank you. We're just going to start with our assessor. Mr. Kupfer, if you'd like to read your brief.
266 Belleville Road, parcel ID number 08004145100. It's in the Worthington neighborhood area. This is a 3-story fourplex, newly constructed in 2019, 4,692 square foot living area with a surface foundation, obviously no basement finish, 4 full and 4 half bathrooms, no central air or fireplace on file, an attached multi-garage, and a lot size of just over 7,000 square feet with new influences laid out for you there. Comparables 1 through 4 are quite spread out if you have a look at your map. Comparables 2 through 4 are all new construction, similar to the subject, while comparable number 1 is an older fourplex that's seen some renovations. All 4 comparables have at least some basement, and comparables 1, 2, and 4 have some basement finish. Bathroom counts, again, are laid out before you. Comparables 2, 3, and 4 all have an air conditioner on file, while 1 and the subject do not. None of the comparables have fireplaces, and none of the comparables have garages on file. The lot sizes for the 4 comparables range from a low of 5,621 square feet to a high of 11,813 square feet. Time adjusted sale prices for the 4 comparables range from a low of 692,000 to a high of 1,067,400, for a time-adjusted sale price per square foot, ranging from a low of $189 to a high of $421. A big factor in this, of course, is that we're dealing with different styles of homes. So a bi-level, for example, you're going to expect is going to have a much higher price per square foot than a two-story. The 2020 assessment for the subject property is set at $1,083,000 or $230.82 per square foot. And that 2014 sale that you see there, that was purchased with a single family home on it. So it was purchased, demolished, and then that's when the construction for the fourplex began. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any questions in regards to what the assessor has just stated?
No.
No, thank you. Mr. Moretsky?
Parallel number 3 has a pretty large lot. Is that factoring into the price, the kind of the higher price of that one?
So larger lot, and of course it's a larger size. Let me pull it up on my map real quick here so I can get a closer look at it, see if it's got any influences or anything. Okay. So it's kind of a long, skinny lot. It doesn't really have any major traffic influences. It looks like the commercial space is next door on one side and then residential on the other side. So that's where that influence comes from on that property.
And
it looks like they also have above ground parking, just a big cement concrete pad in the backyard. So they've used some of that large land size for above ground parking.
Seems like these comparables are quite a bit, like they're pretty variable.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And like I said, if you look at the price per square foot, it'll really throw you because we're comparing bi-levels and 2 stories and 3 stories here. Mm-hmm. This one here, it's definitely a bit of an oddball. I went over the building plans because we don't see a lot of 3 stories in Winnipeg, period, whether it's a fourplex or not. So in this one, the main floor, because there's no basement, essentially the main floor is the basement. So that's where you got all your mechanicals, your furnaces and that on the main floor. And then there's 2 suites on the second floor and then 2 suites on the third floor. How this one's orientated as far as I can tell.
You're referring to 266 Belleville as 2 suites on the third floor?
Yeah, I was saying the main floor, from what I got from the building plans, was mechanical. And then the second floor looked like it had 2, and then the third floor looked like it had 2 as well.
Correct.
So the other comparables all have basements, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
What would be the value of not having a basement? You know, I don't know. Some kind of value you could give me in reference.
Yeah. So adding unfinished basement space, like if you were to add it onto this home, again, it's not easy to come up with a valuation for that. Roughly, I would say it'd be adding probably another 150,000 if you had another 2,000 square feet of space underneath that you could use for storage, unfinished basement space, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's it. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Butts.
Subject has 4 suites.
Correct.
So, and I see they're all fourplexes, so I'm assuming they all have 4 suites, your comparables all have 4 suites?
That's correct. That was my primary pooper here for those, the comparables, to make sure they're all fourplexes.
But you haven't used the rents to come up with these values. These are just based on sales, is that correct?
That's correct. Everything 4 units and under goes through our direct comparison model. And once you get higher than that, then you start getting into income-based appraisal. But for this, it's all based on direct comparison.
Very good, thank you. That's one question.
Thank you. So Mr. Kupfer, I see you probably had a hard time finding comparables in the area.
Correct.
So would you say comparable 3 is probably your best comparable in terms of age and size?
In terms of age and size, and then you don't have to factor in with removing basement finish either. It's certainly helpful. In terms of comparing the south end to the north end, I would put a little bit more weight and desirability on the south end compared to the north end. Like was already stated, 56 Tupelo has the larger lot. They've elected to utilize some of that by just doing some cheap above ground parking, whereas the subject property actually has an attached multi-garage, which again would be seen as more desirable.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions. Sir, if you'd like to give, both of you, if you'd like to give the presentation, thank you.
Okay, so we had sent in to Michelle some supporting documents of other comparables for fourplexes. Of course, in the south end, there's not that many. So a lot of them were pulled up. I believe we sent in a total of 5 comparables. And one of them was 113 Eugene Street in Winnipeg. And it was a property that sold in 2019 for $438,000. Another comparable that we sent in, which again is not a fourplex, it's 12 units. It sold for $852,000, and that was on 530 Corden Avenue. Another one we sent in was 227 Ferndale Avenue, which was 11 units, and it was $1 million. So the fourplex comparables are very hard to achieve. Basically, when you get into looking at...
Sorry, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Michelle, we lost them.
There's nothing I can do. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we can't hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So the fourplex comparables are very hard to come across.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
Okay, I'm not sure why, guys, we're having such difficulty. My face is right in front of the microphone.
Okay, that's good right there.
So the fourplex comparables are very hard to come across. Now, in looking at the comparables that we sent in to Michelle for supporting documentation, if I look at basically the price per units, I'm not sure where the assessor came up with the valuation that he did for the assessed value of Belleville. The rents don't warrant that deem of a property tax for the property as being 4 units. It is not feasible. I mean, the rents would never collect that.
Okay. Did you...
From when we purchased the property, I also include our offer, our purchase for the property. I mean, we paid $550,000 for the property.
You know, sorry, we're having a really hard time hearing you. I'm not sure what's going on with your microphone, but...
Paid $550,000 and I included a copy of...
I can't hear you at all now.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what to do.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know, your microphone cuts in and cuts out.
Yeah.
So I had sent the supporting documents. Can you hear me?
Yeah, don't move. Okay.
Supporting documents, which included the offer to purchase, which we purchased the property. We paid $550,000 for the property. based off of that, the rents were calculated for a reasonable property tax amount, of course, because it was going to be determined. But however, the base rents today do not cover or warrant the assessment of the tax. It's not even feasible. It's not even collectible.
Okay, you just cut out there again at the end, so.
Current assessment that has been provided, the base rents for the property for 4 units does not even quantify for collectible rents that would even cover that property tax amount.
Okay. Mr. Kupfer, did you want to ask questions?
I'm just finishing going over the comparables that were submitted here. I only see one of them that's a 4-plex. This one on Ferndale says it has 10 one-bedroom units. Desmiron says it's an 8-suite apartment block. Eugenie is the one that says it's a 4-plex. 113 Eugenie, and that one was constructed in 1905. So not the best comparable for our newly built 2019 4-plex. I don't beyond that, I don't think I have any questions really. This sale document that was submitted here doesn't appear to be a market value sale. We have it listed here as a transfer of power between associated parties. Certainly not a market value sale at $550,000. That's all.
So you're saying it's not a sale?
I'm saying it appears to be a transfer between associated parties, yeah.
Which property address?
266 Belleville.
So we purchased the property from the Case Populaire Credit Union, and the property was a foreclosure. However, the way that the credit union could not sell the property as a asset because they still had the personal guarantee from the previous owner. So that's why it was a transfer done through land titles, through the land title process of the 3 value of opinion appraisals from 3 independent appraisal companies.
So were you able to provide any of those appraisals, any of those actual market opinions of value?
The market opinion of value was subject to the Case Populaire. We weren't privy to that information.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Marozetsky?
So what rent value can you get for your units?
Our current rent roll is for our small suites is $1,050, which is 2 of them, which is suite number 1 and suite number 4. And we're getting $1,175 for suite number 3 and suite number 4.
So the value of each of these units then is well assessed at 1 million. I understand that.
Oh, that's all combined.
All combined, okay. That makes sense. So yeah, that would be more in line then with a value of $250,000, $1,000 rent. So okay, just to go back what you're saying about the rent doesn't equal that amount that you that it's valued at. You don't get the rent for that. So 4 times approximately $1,000 is $4,000, correct?
Correct.
Revenue per month.
Correct.
Does that not cover the cost of a value of $1 million or
No, if you factor in the debt servicing on the property, no.
You said your smaller units rent for just over 1,000, right? What are the other 2 units rent for?
$1,175.
The debt servicing is how much?
The credit union mortgage is $4,080 monthly.
That's 4% then
I think our mortgage rate is 4.35 or 4.35 or 3.54. I can't recall. It is over 4% though.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Butts?
What was the condition of the property like when you purchased it?
It was basically a year old when we bought it.
Was it full of tenants?
No, it wasn't full of tenants.
Were there any tenants in it?
No, there wasn't, sir.
Were there any other costs?
The outside cost of the property, which we out of pocket when we purchased the property, we were responsible for installing the landscape and installing the driveway and concrete sidewalks and so forth.
Oh, so it was brand new and never had any tenants or anything.
It never had tenants. It never had anything, and the outside was not like the outside grounds weren't finished.
I see. Okay, and I'm looking at your submission, and it says the purchaser will be responsible for payments of registration without limitation. A number of things. Were there any other costs special to that property that normally a purchaser wouldn't come across?
Outside of the inspections, and there's a few things that had to be changed with electrical, mechanical when we had the city inspection. The city inspection was after the fact once we took possession. Okay. And I think we believe the electrician and the mechanical work that had to be configured to code for the city inspector, if I'm not mistaken, and Manitoba Hydro as well. I can't remember just top of my head. I think it was around $27,000 or $28,000.
Okay. Have you included a picture of your property in your brief?
I don't believe I did, no.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
So when did you purchase this property exactly, sir?
In May of 2018. However, there was a delay at land titles through the process of how the Case Populaire sold us the property. Because they did a foreclosure, he didn't sell it as a foreclosure because the previous developer was Sandu Developments. And in order for them to keep the personal guarantee, the Case Populaire could not take possession. They just transferred. So that's why it shows up on your end through land titles as a transfer.
Okay.
And in order for them to do that, they didn't want to lose the guarantee of the previous owner.
And how much did you pay, sir?
$550,000.
Do you know how much it cost to build this building by the previous owner?
No, we weren't privy to any information.
And what are you looking for in regards to your assessment today?
We'd like to be within reason of the rents that are being collected and the debt servicing. I mean, it's, I think the assessment that you sent out was $13,680.
Well, it's $1,083,000.
Is the assessment? I think a fair market value for the property is around $750, $725, $750. Being a 2018 construction when it was built, I don't see it being $1 million property. I mean, that's $250,000 a unit. I mean, in today's market, whether it be condo or anything, I think 250 is a big stretch.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for appearing and waiting.
No problem.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
the next one.
We'll go back to the other. Aha.
Hello.
Hi,
Hi.
sorry for the long wait, you guys.
Okay, that's okay. Can you see us now and hear us?
Yeah,
Yes, great.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, I'm gonna affirm both of you in before we get started. Okay, so we'll start, ladies first. Can you state your full name, please?
Kristen Dawn Schwartz.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And sir, can you state your full name, please?
It's Robert Walters work.
And do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome. We're just going to start with the assessor. He's going to read his brief out. If you'd like to proceed, Mr. Kupfer.
555 Dieppe Road, parcel ID number 0100304330. It's in the Iroquois neighborhood area. It's a one-story single-family dwelling, newly constructed in 2017. The living area 1,566 square feet. Full basement with basement finish. 3 full bathrooms plus an extra shower. Central air conditioning with 1 fireplace, an attached multi-garage, and a large lot just over 23,000 square feet with a school influence. Variables 1 through 4 kind of spread out within the Charleswood area, Iroquois, Betsworth, and Wellwood Park. However, they are all one-story single-family dwellings, constructed between 2005 and 2017, with a living area ranging from a low of 1,576 square feet to a high of 1,730 square feet. All with full basements. All have basement finish with the exception of comp 2. All have 3 bathrooms, again with the exception of comparable number 2, which has 2 bathrooms. All have air conditioning. All have fireplaces similar to the subject with the exception of comparable number 1. And all have attached multi-garages. Excuse me. The lot sizes for the 4 comparables, they're all on smaller lots. Range from 5,723 square feet to 11,003 square feet. And time adjusted sale prices for the 4 comparables range from a low of 484,800 to a high of 707,400, or a time adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $280.23 to a high of $448.86. The 2020 assessment for the subject property is currently set at $568,000. Or $362.71 per square foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions of what the assessor has just stated?
One question that comes to mind is, like, when we finished our basement, they said that it was 70% finished. We actually estimated closer to 60% finished, but either way, like, when does that have any effect? That when he says finished basement, does that mean completely finished or?
So we track basement finish, like you said, based on a percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have like an unfinished utility area where like your furnace and your hot water tank is? So that's all. Is that all concrete or partially finished?
Right, it's unfinished. It's
unfinished.
like, and it's bigger than the utility area. Like, I could say we estimate just over half what we finished. That was partly because of, wanting to keep taxes down, like leaving that part, laundry, and the utility part. So, like, that's, one thing that we find.
Well, it's a large basement, right? 1,566 square feet is the total basement area.
Well, it's slightly smaller, right, because of the basement wall thing. Like, so we noticed, like, measuring the room compared to upstairs, like, you lose about 3 feet. So we didn't know exactly how to estimate how many square feet is down there, but like, if upstairs is 1566, then we estimate, like, I don't know, 1530, 15, whatever, but.
Well, yeah, 70% is that estimate. It's supposed to take into account the fact that basement finish walls are obviously built in. So even if you had 100% of your basement finished, 100% of your basement finished, it wouldn't be the same square footage as your actual basement area. Like you said, you build walls anyways, right? So that 70% figure is supposed to encompass that fact, and also the fact that you likely have an unfinished utility area where your hot water tank is. And you're right that it is just an estimate. Yeah, that's what I would have to say on that. Other than that, we also have like a 630 square foot deck off the back, which would also be adding some value too.
Right, but that was there like when we had been assessed. Sorry, now we have. We thought it was 9 a.m. So like now we got someone coming to fix our door. So it's like, of course. But so anyway, that was like when it was assessed at 505. They had already told us that they came and measured the deck and all that. So we are going based on that. This last assessment is basically just the basement is the only thing that is different from the previous assessment. Because we actually built the deck before we even lived here. So like, yeah.
Yeah, so it was for the basement development. That's what the it was issued for. Yeah,
right.
It was already on the roll. I was just pointing out that that's part of the reason the total assessment is a little bit higher than it would otherwise be, because we've got about 600 square feet of deck on there.
Okay. So we okay.
Okay. Mr. Moretsky, did you have any questions of the assessor?
No questions.
I see there's a sale on the 2010. Is that a vacant land sale? You know?
Yes.
Well,
yeah, the home was built in 2017, so that would have been vacant land, or maybe they might have demolished the house with it.
There was a house on it, yeah.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
So the 2018 assessment then, Mr. Kupfer, was how much?
505, I believe.
Yeah, it went from 505 to 568.
Okay.
So
basement.
It's according to the note. Exactly what was changed. Yeah, so added basement finish and the full bathroom that wasn't previously on the record, so that would have been in the basement. And then it also says increase the deck size as seen on our satellite view. So that's also part of the reason it would have increased. We would have had a smaller deck on the property record beforehand. I'm not sure when it would have been changed, but somebody did a review using our satellite imagery and said, well, that's not the deck that's there anymore. And they measured it out to increase the deck size. So those were lumped together, those changes, and that's what resulted in the change, the assessment change from 505 to 568.
Okay. What's normally the percentage increase in this area? Is it somewhere between 5 and 7?
For Charles was there. This one was about 2.5% over 2 years, actually.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions. If you'd like to give us your presentation now.
Okay. Is that me? Us?
Yep. Yep.
So when the house was assessed at 505, that was about 322, I think we figured, per square foot. And so we feel like that is still a fair number per square foot. We actually have a similar comp or we have the same comp on our list as well, like 11 Polaris, which is right there. We can see them out our window. So they sold, like even the projected to date is, honestly, my glasses, $280 per square foot. And then the other comp that you sent us projected to now is $315 per square foot. We feel like the two comps that you sent us that are on Rannoch are not, we've been in both those houses, had open houses. We feel like that's like apples to oranges kind of thing, because they have like the wood floor basement construction. They both have like covered decks and stuff like that. So those are like, you know, obviously like based on the prices here too, they just, nobody would be paying, you know, $700 for a 1,500 square foot house here if it didn't have, you know, quite a few extras compared to. So when we built our house, we asked about those sorts of things. You know, we wanted the wood floor in the basement, we wanted a covered deck. Everything was, you know, 10 grand, 20 grand, like more, you know, to build. So we didn't do it, which ultimately then affects, you know, your resale and your value. So we kind of feel like those two are a little bit, but anyway, then our own comps are, like we had 11 Polaris as well, 15 Polaris, which hasn't sold, but is again out our window here, is like basically the same square footage as ours. And when you assessed it in 2018, you put it at 465. It's so now if we were to project forward, it might be at 477 or something. And so we're wondering, like, even at that point, they're assessed at 465 when we were assessed at 505. I know we had a bigger deck. They have a finished basement. They have a fireplace, 1529 square feet, 55 frontage. So a very similar, like it's a little bit older. So we would, again, be okay with, you know, being slightly more than that. But we don't see where we're like 100 grand more than our neighbors who, you know, they keep their house beautifully. It's essentially the same house. You know, we're, then we have like the whole area around Hofstede. We have 11 Hofstede Drive. You had assessed it at 465. It actually sold for 409 in 20. It was built in 2017. 1542 square feet. Finished basement by the builder. Those are all new streets. Like we built in an infill and spent a lot more money, like tearing a house down with asbestos, running water to the street, because we think that that's like what we should be doing. We think, you know, the city encourages infills, right? So we did this on a street where we're across from a school, which isn't ideal. And we can't put like a new concrete driveway because we have an asphalt street, stuff like that, that like this area on Hofstede, I mean, they have, it's new, it's all new, right? It's right beside the Hart Trail. It's a beautiful area that now we're kind of questioning, like, well, we should have just gone over there and bought a house. So there's also 102 Hofstede, 1623 square footage, built in 2020. It's on the market right now for 540. So finished basement, yes. So it's like, and then we have like 193 Bloomer Crescent. These are all from what you sent that we looked through, and it was assessed at 468. It sold in 2016 for 430, I believe. Finished basement, frontage 63. So we feel like that's a pretty good comparable. Again, it's like an area where they sold a chunk of bush and they made this Bloomer Crescent, I guess, back in, I think, you know, it's a little bit older again. I think 2005 or something. I don't have the year here, but so there's quite a few, including our two neighbors here, that, you know, either have bigger houses like the one that sold 11 Polaris only sold for 472 last year or the year before, and it's 730 square feet. We also feel it's relevant that when we built this house, we really tried to keep it down. We didn't want to go like over 15. We ended up at 15 and a half, but we have like 2 bedrooms on the main floor. And our second bedroom is like 9.5 by 10. Like it's very small. Our main bathroom is small. Like we tried to do everything for us in order to keep our value kind of low. We're in a mixed area. We're flanked by houses that are valued at 200 and something thousand. They don't keep their properties as nice. Like if we're talking moving into Hosted, like you've got all new houses, you've probably got people who take pride of ownership more so. Like we did this purposely to live here and not pay less. We even feel like the 505 is a little bit high. We asked for that it be kept at what it was at the time, which you did. That was before the basement and everything. We just feel like this is a huge jump. It didn't cost us that much to do our basement. Like, I mean, we just feel like we would not be getting anywhere near 568 if we were to put it on the market right now. And so we, you know, yes, we have this big lot, but we're also looked into by all those neighbors that we just referred to because the city built the street there. So now everyone looks into, which we bought the property with that, but a big property is not for everyone either. Like it's a lot of work, just even, you know, keeping up with the deadfall and stuff, but we're good with it. Obviously we bought it, but like, we just.
Sorry, I think it would be beneficial if we could just ask questions now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, we could get more information just asking questions. Thank you. Mr. Cupford, if you'd like to proceed.
Have you been inside this home on Polaris, 11 Polaris, the one you guys talked about?
Yes, it's for the open house, yeah.
Okay. And you were saying you feel, even though it's 12 years older, you feel like it's been updated to a relatively comparable level with your home?
I think so, because it like 12 years is not a huge, like I say, we don't mind that it would be assessed higher because it is newer. But just as you sent us that as a comp, then I'm assuming you also understand that 12 years is not like that much different. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know when they did their basement, but it's beautiful down there. It's, you know, 2 full bedrooms and everything. And like, they actually have 2 freestanding showers, which I didn't notice when I was in there, but that's on your, you know, list there. But like, yeah, so we just feel like these people maintain the 4 houses that were built there on Polaris. Mm-hmm. They're all, like 3 of them are original owners. The one keeps on selling, but like doesn't go for more than 500. But they're all well maintained and well loved.
So between the time adjusted sale price for 11 Polaris and then the assessment that we currently have you at 568, there's about an $80,000 difference, right? Mm-hmm. And for me, that's accounted for in the fact that your lot is about 15,000 square feet bigger. You've got a lot more land, right? How do you?
We were also told that like the length of lot doesn't affect, like it's based on the frontage. That was always what we were told, is it's the frontage that, you know, is the taxable part. So like I say, we like it's just bush, right? It's just like, and we have to do stuff to maintain it that would not be suitable. Like we were just talking before this, if who would buy our house would either be a downsizing couple because it's only 2 bedrooms on the main floor, one very small. So it would be like, they probably wouldn't want that lot. They would be downsizing somewhere that, you know, you have a smaller lot, like we plan on doing it. But otherwise, if it was a family with 2 bedrooms on the main floor, wouldn't be the best family home either. So it's kind of like we did it for ourselves, not thinking we were going to be paying that much more just for the lot.
Just to clarify, if you look at your tax bill, so your partially right. There's a frontage levy that you'll pay as part of your tax bill, but the majority of it is just based off of the assessed value, which is basically what we're saying is the market value for the property. And generally speaking, having a large, like you say, basically a forest in your backyard is more desirable than having a backyard neighbor. So that's partially why you're being assessed at a higher rate and valued at a higher rate, because that land value does add market value. If you were to sell the property, it would be considered more desirable than having a shorter property with a neighbor there.
Right. We do have 4 backyard neighbors on Polaris that all look into our yard because of that street being built. So it's not as well as the one next to us. So it's like, it's okay, but it's not very, private, because like those people do their yards butt up to our backyard in a perpendicular fashion. So
okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Moretsky, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Yes.
What is the dimension of your lot? How wide is it?
64.
64, okay. And is being across from the school a plus or a minus?
I would say it's a minus for us. I mean, when you put property in school, it looks like you're also saying that other times say things like a bus stop or, traffic, or so we're assuming those sorts of influences mean not the best thing for everybody.
Who was the builder who built your house for you?
Discovery. They're just a little company.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. So you put a basement in your property, in your home, in the last year or so?
Do you want to talk at all, Robert?
So
that was last year, yes. Or this year, actually.
Well, yeah, traveling last year and this year.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can only hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Or yes, it was last year, the basement in.
And did you do the work yourselves, or did you hire a contractor?
We hired
A contractor?
Yeah.
So how much did it cost to put your basement in?
About 30.
Okay. And you put a bathroom in at that time too?
Yes, it was.
In the
yeah, it was in already. So
the builder had roughed it.
Yeah, it was rough in, yeah.
And so, but then we went with that. Yeah.
And have you made any other improvements to your home over the past year?
No. No. Yes. No.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for waiting.
Did are we able to add anything else? Because I don't know if Robert, what he wanted to say.
No. That 11 players has a porch too, so I don't know if that.
Like a covered, screened-in,
covered,
wraparound
porch in the back too. So I don't know if that influences anything either.
Sorry, we can't hear either of you.
Oh, sorry. We feel like that's similar. Like we had
only one person can speak at a time.
Well, I was said right about the porch.
Yeah. So what was that? So 11 Polaris has like a big screened-in porch, and they come quite like it's a.
Yeah, just.
So it's just another thing that we would have liked to have added. We asked the builder about it. It was, it's going to be 15,000. So we're like, no, but that adds like value to their house.
We covered everything.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So now, Nate, you're done, right? Oh,
that was my last one.
Oh, he's got one more.
Who?
Nathan. Well, we don't have an applicant, but he's got to read it into the record.
Sorry, I'm just,
Okay.
What about 92 West Plains?
Yeah.
oh my goodness. Yes, if you would like to proceed. Did you have a chance to speak to the homeowner?
92 West Plains?
Yes.
No, I haven't.
Okay, if you'd like to proceed and read that into the record.
Excuse me. 92 West Plains Drive, parcel ID number 060934658555 in the Sage Creek neighborhood area. It's a two-story single-family dwelling, newly constructed in 2019. Living area of 2,123 square feet. Full basement with no basement finish. 2 4-piece bathrooms and a 3-piece bathroom. Central air conditioning, no fireplace, an attached multi-garage, and a lot size of 9,439 square feet. 4 comparables are all in the Sage Creek area as well, all 2-story single-family dwellings constructed between 2015 and 2017. Living areas ranging from 1,998 square feet to a high of 2,419 square feet, all with full basements. Comparables 1, 2, and 3, all with no basement finish, similar to the subject, while comparable 4 does. Bathroom counts are all similar to the subject, with the exception of comparable 4, which one has the finished basement with the extra bathroom. All have central air conditioning, none have fireplaces, with the exception of comparable 4 again. All have attached multi-garages, none of them have pools, and all of them are on fairly similar lots, ranging from a low of 8,274 square feet to a high of 10,918 square feet. You'll see with the sale prices, as we discussed earlier, sales 1, 2, and 3, these are all with 5% GST removed. That's why you get the wonky values there. But the time-adjusted sale prices for the 4 comparables are ranging from a low of 441,200 to a high of 561,400, or a time-adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $197.31 to a high of $280.98. The 2020 assessment for the subject property is currently set at $490,000, or $230.81 per square foot. Thank you.
Thank you. So you had no contact with the homeowner though?
No contact. We were expecting them.
Okay. The homeowner has failed to appear. So thank you. Thank you for this morning, Mr. Kupfer.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, Nathan.
Okay, so how are you doing, Bill? Oh, there's Nancy.
No, wait.
Hi, Nancy.
Yeah.
Hi. NCO?
Hello?
Hi there. Do you have the video capability?
Let me just check.
Oh. Okay, thank you. I just need to see you guys so I'm able to swear you in.
Hello?
Are you able to hear me?
Just check.
We'll just wait for the chairperson to start the meeting and then I'll affirm everybody in.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ready?
Yep.
Hello. We'll start with the assessor. You can say your full name, please.
Nancy Flockton.
You affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is true.
Yes.
Thank you. Martel, can you state your full name, please? Mr. Martel, are you able to hear me?
Yes,
Can you state your full name, please?
Robert Martel.
Can you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And lastly, can you state your full name, please? Field?
Yes.
Wait for the chairperson to start the meeting and then I'll affirm everybody in.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Can you state your full name, please?
Yeah, Enzo Catronio.
And you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Nancy Flockton.
You affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start off with our assessor, Ms. Flockton. If you'd like to read your brief, please.
Thank you. Okay, so it is 19 Stradwick Point. The roll number is 0309 165 9800. This is a two-story home built in 2017 in Bridgewater Forest. The total living area is 2,494 square feet and it has a walkout basement. The basement finish includes a finished media room under the attached garage area. I have attached the building plans to my report for the board to see the layout of the home and the layout of the basement finish. The building permits along with the plans are from pages 13 to 18 in my report. The house has one full bath, one master ensuite, which has one full bath with a separate shower, one three-piece bath, which is a half bath with a shower and a half bath. The house also has two fireplaces and air conditioning. It has a large attached garage, approximately 780 square feet. The house also has a sunroom and a second floor deck off the master bedroom. An in-ground swimming pool was installed in 2017. This property is on a pie-shaped lot of 10,384 square feet and it backs onto green space. The green space is a walking path as seen on page 5 of my report. There are some bush and trees along the walking path that gives some privacy to the property. The 2020 assessment is $1,240,000. For the subject sales, the land was transferred through land titles at $239,000 in September of 2016. I have attached a copy of the land titles document in my report from pages 6 to 12, and on page 9 shows the transfer to the owner for the land at $239,000. I have reviewed 6 comparables in total, 5 comparables in the Bridgewater Forest and 1 in Bridgewater Lakes area. They are all 2 stories built between 2010 and 2016, which are older than the subject, and thus an upward adjustment was made to each comparable. The living area ranges from 2,385 square feet to 2,866 square feet, and either an upward or a downward adjustment was made to each comparable. They all have walkout basements with basement finish, so an adjustment was made for the basement finish to each comparable. Comparable number 2 is the only comparable that has the same feature as the subject property with the media room under the attached garage. As seen on my report, the bathroom count varies. They all have air conditioning. The fireplaces range from 1 to 3. The garage sizes are smaller than the subject. None of the comparables have an in-ground swimming pool. Only comparable 1 has the sunroom, the remaining do not. All the comparables have either a main floor deck or a second floor deck, similar to the subject. Comparable 1 main floor deck was much smaller than the subject, so an adjustment was made. As you can see on my report, an upward or a downward adjustment were made to each of the characteristics for each comparable that the characteristics differed to the subject property. Then the lot size do range from 4,000 6,441 square feet to 16,700 square feet. The land influences range from being a pond adjacent, pond influence, or a park. Comparable number 2 is in a superior location and is the only one with the pond adjacent. This comparable received a downward adjustment. Comparables 1, 3, 4, and 6 have the pond influence. And if you look at the aerial map on page 5 in my report, I have outlined the comparables, and all these comparables have a walking path behind their property. This is an open walking path with no bush or tree lines lining the walking path. Comparable 5 has the park influence, which is the walking path lined with bush and trees similar to the subject property. However, the bush and trees behind the property does provide more privacy than the subject property. After the time adjustments and the adjustments I have calculated, the comparable range is from 1,061,000 to 1,454,000 rounded. After reviewing the subject property and the 6 comparables, it is the opinion of the assessor that the market value as of April 1st, 2018 is the 1,240,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Do you have any questions of what the assessor has just stated?
Sorry, I'm having, can you hear me now?
Not very well. Can you get closer to your microphone and speak up a little, please?
Oh, good question. Hang on a second. I was hoping I wouldn't have the same problem as everybody else. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, this is Robert Martel. Just wondering, did the assessor know that this particular property was assessed on 2 other occasions recently?
Yes, I was aware. Yeah.
Okay, so it was assessed by a Carina and by a Dutchan Ramazwak. Just was assessed previously for 2020 at $1,076,000 and was reduced on an appeal by the appellant down to $989,000. And then also for the assessor, were you aware that you used 2 of the comparables that the other previous assessor had used?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, the assessed value of the land that you're using is stated as $239,000, I believe it was. Is that correct, Nancy?
The 239,000 is land sale transferred in land titles from the developer to the owner.
Okay. And in your brief, I noticed that you had also submitted a permit for the house.
Correct.
Construction at 2,387 square feet. Which differs slightly by about 100, not quite 100 square feet.
Yes, the builder submitted the permit at the 2,387 square feet. When we add the house to the assessment roll, typically builders do not include the stairs to the 2nd floor where we do, and that therefore there is a difference in the square footage between the builder and the assessment. Assessment office is usually because the builder does not include the 2nd floor stairs in the total square footage where we do.
Okay, so you're asserting that the home is in fact 2494, not 2387. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to the land, you said you call it a forest lot. And I suppose I can get into it in my brief. But are you assuming this lot is in private, is that correct? Private forest land?
I stated it had some privacy. It does have bush and trees. It's not completely private. I did do an exterior inspection back in September and did notice it's not private where it's completely treed off. You know, the leaves were falling off. So yes, I can certainly see the backyard. It was difficult to see portions of the backyard, but yes, I can see the backyard. So it's not completely private.
Okay, okay, very good. And thanks, Nancy.
You're welcome.
That's it for my questioning.
Thank you.
Hi there, sorry, it's Enzo. I have a question as well.
Sure.
So when calculating the square footage, I agree that the stairs needs to be added into the calculation, which we have actually done. So that 2387 square feet actually includes the stairs to the second level. What it doesn't include is the stairs to the basement, which you would not include if you were calculating this on a bungalow. So the square footage is actually 2387.
Okay, well, we take our measurements from the exterior, so stairs.
Yep,
like
and
the
so do
main
I.
floor is 100% living area with the stairs going to the basement.
No, so do you calculate that the same way on a bungalow?
Correct. Yes, we do. Yeah.
You do. You add the square footage in on a bungalow. So when you guys are doing
exterior measurements, so yeah, so we like wherever plans are submitted to us, we take the measurements from the outside. So take it all that, and we don't, for a bungalow, we do not subtract the area for the stairs to the basement. That's included in our square footage. We do it for a bungalow, we do it for a 2-story. What we don't include is like the missing floor area on a 2-story where, you know, the big grand vaulted ceilings for the living room, grand room.
So why would that be any different on a bungalow when you can't actually walk on that on the main floor?
We calculate it because if that area wasn't there, where would you put the stairs? That's part of living area, is to create that living space. Like in order to put stairs to the basement, you have to use part of the living area to put it there, to get downstairs. So we use exterior measurements.
But you're using it twice now, is what I'm saying. So you're calculating it twice because that space, that hole, you're actually calculating the space twice.
On a bungalow?
No, on a 2-story.
Well, there's the main floor and the second floor.
So it's the same hole that's in the ground,
but
the same hole that's in the structure.
So it's the same hole on the main floor and the same hole on the second floor. If you didn't have that hole there, where would you put your stairs? Right? So, because we do exterior measurements, so that those stairs are part of the living area. So there's
we deal with exterior measurements as well. We deal with exterior measurements as well. And so Angie Strike would have been the plan designer that designed this, and she would be using the same calculations that every reputable plan designer would use in the city. And they would calculate that area once. They don't duplicate the area. It doesn't make any sense to duplicate that area.
Okay. Our procedure is to include the stairs.
Okay, sure, certainly, yeah.
Any other questions?
No other questions for me.
Okay, Mr. Boretsky?
Which would you say of the 6 comparisons, which one would you say is the best one?
If I was looking at the building itself, like the house itself, comparable to would be the best because it has the media room underneath the garage, which is a feature that's not very common in homes. This particular builder that built the home has this feature that it's not common in other homes, but comparable to is a superior location. I will definitely agree to that. It is one of the prime locations in Bridgewater Lakes, Bridgewater Forest area. So it's kind of tough. Like I like the house, I don't like the location for the subject. Then for comparable, I believe it's comparable. 5 it was a good comparable because I liked it because it was on the same green space as the subject. but this one was a construct to build, so the purchase price reflected that, you know, the people that purchased it still had to wait to move into it. So there could have been like not really market value because it was from the builder to the owner, and the owner had to wait so many months in order to move in. And then the rest of the comparables, they're all very similar. Once you take a look at those, you're looking at between, after my adjustments, just under 1.1 million to just over 1.2 million. So it creates a tight range. So all the other comparables, like I like comparable 6 and comparable 3, but you know, comparable 1 is just as good. They're all older builds, but they're all good quality homes, built with reputable builders. You know, you have Merrick Homes, Artista Homes. I believe I have I didn't have a Huntington home, but American Artistas are very well-known builders in the city, probably top 3, right? One of those 2 are the top 3 builders. So my comparables, I felt like it's a tight range. So to pick one to say that was comparable to the owner is very difficult because they each have their unique characteristics. So yeah, I hope that kind of answered your question.
What would you say the retention pond influence versus the park? How does that impact the value of these properties?
The retention ponds influence?
Yeah, some of them have retention pond influence. Like that would be 4, 5, and 6, and
4 and 6.
All of them actually except the subject property.
Well, comparable 1's adjacent, so that one is a superior location. So you can see in red in my report that I did a negative adjustment. The other ones, they do have the retention pond. They do have a walking path right behind their house, as you can see on my map on page 5. So they just don't back onto the retention pond. So people can walk behind their properties. There's no trees, no nothing. So it's very similar to the subject property where the subject just has a little bit of trees, some bush. So you know, there's not tons of privacy. And based on the values, Manitoba Housing, who was the developer in this area, indicated that the subject property where it's located was like superior location. Just based on the price of $239, it's one of the higher end prices in the area. But otherwise, the ones on the retention pond are very similar to the subject property.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Buss?
Yes, I believe you said comparison number 2 was a better location.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Where does that show up in the adjustments that you're making for all the different things?
For the adjustment, so when you're looking on page 2 for my comparables, comparable 2, you actually see it in red. You see the land information, you see the assessed lot size of the 16,700, you see the land influence, the retention pond adjacent, and then you see land value. It's at $288,000. So in red is the $38,000 adjustment. That's the negative adjustment for the land itself.
Okay.
And also, and you can see for this property, because it is bigger, a negative adjustment for the size. It had more basement finish. So a negative adjustment. So I've been doing a bunch of negative adjustments for this property, just to account for the differences from this comparable to the subject property.
How were you able to come up with these adjustments? The experience, or do you have some kind of charts, or?
It's based on experience. It's based on what's going on in the market. As an AIC member, yeah, we do adjustments for differences. So yeah, a lot of it is calculated based on experience, what's going on in the market, like.
Okay.
For my attached garage, I use $30 a square foot. Like, I don't necessarily use the cost, right? Cost for attached garage is much more than that. So, yeah, it's a lot of it's based on experience and what's going on in the market.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Blockton, yes. You were answering another question. Did you say that the house is was already assessed by 2 other assessors?
Yeah, I can go into more detail about that. So previously, for the 2020 assessment, so we have our preview program, right, where we send out a letter to homeowners during our preview. So it was at $1,076,000. The individual who completed the review during our preview program reduced the assessment to $989,000. Okay. The homeowner did appeal the 2020 assessment last year, which Dutchin completed at the board, and the board maintained the $989,000. Then the owner appealed the 2021 assessment, which then landed on my desk for review and to do the 2021 appeal. And that's when I found an error on our part, on the assessment department, where we did not include the basement area under the garage and the basement finish for that media room. So unfortunately, we didn't include it when we originally added the house to the assessment roll, because it was an error. I updated our assessment, our characteristics, and issued a supplementary notice, which increased it to the $1,240,000. So when the 2021 appeal, before actually coming to the hearing, I contacted the rep for the owner and told him, there was a mistake. I'm going to be issuing supplementary notices. And he was able to get the board to defer the payment and the hearing for 2021 when knowing these supplementary notices were coming out. So we had to correct our error. So that's why the difference in values and kind of history of the property in values.
So, sorry, could you just be a little more clear? This area is under the basement?
It's under the garage, under the attached garage.
Okay.
So if you look at my plan, the plans are submitted. Let's see, let's go to page, of course, page 18. When you look at the lower level, on the left-hand side, it says media room and the mechanical room. That wasn't originally assessed when the house was added to the roll. Because typically under a garage, there is no living area for a lot of homes. This builder does this type of work. I've been noticing a lot more in Bridgewater Forest. So the assessor who originally added the house didn't include this area. So unfortunately, I noticed when I was working on the 2021 appeal. And that's why I adjusted current assessment and the 2021 as well.
Okay. Has anybody gone out to inspect this property?
No, we haven't. Unfortunately, during the current situation that we're in, I haven't gone into the house. I've just done an exterior inspection back in September.
Thank you. If you'd like to give us your presentation.
One more question before I enter my brief and evidence. Just to get clarification, because I've got the numbers also. So the original assessment, or the one that they reduced it to, was $989. Nancy indicated that as a result of the missing of the lower level development, the portion under the garage, their assessment is now up to the tune of $251,000. If I'm understanding what Nancy has said, the $251,000 is because of the missed portion of the basement development.
So the $1,240,000, yeah, includes the missing area underneath the basement, and then looking at the market for that whole as the property as a whole. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, and that total square footage, the missing area that was on the plans originally that you missed was how much? How many square feet, sorry?
That is a good question. Oh, just give me a second.
I think I've got it in my report.
You know what, just give me a minute.
It's not that important. I just wanted to make sure. So, I think there's I guess the point I'm trying to make is that the $250,000 or $240,000 was to account for the portion that was missed on the previous assessed value of $989. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and that's all I have right now. Prior to the brief that I want to submit, or the evidence, I should say. If we're good to go?
Yes.
Okay, so the original my appraisal indicates quite clearly that the square footage is in exactly the same as what was supplied for the permit, which is 2387. Now that number is 100 square feet. That's going to make a large difference. However, I did verify with the builder and with the drafts person that built this, that, by the way, drafts several homes in the area, and she has confirmed that it is in fact 2387. So we can argue about the square footage. I don't know we're going to get an answer here today. The drafts person has confirmed it's 2387. The permit submitted was 2387. My report is submitting 2387. So all of my adjustments are based on 2387, not the 2494. The other point of contention, I suppose, would be the land value. The land value is one in my brief. I apologize, I didn't label my documents, but I submitted to the board 4 pages of a Bridgewater Forest Phase 5 pricing list. Does everyone have a copy of that? Essentially what this is they do lot draws. When they're providing a lot, there was something in the neighborhood, well, there's four pages, 98 total lots. On that is the price that the developer, in this case, Manitoba Housing, has indicated they think the value is worth. And subsequently, they're being assessed at that same value. However, 4 of those lots were on the market. Now, if we talk about market and market value, and more specifically market exposure, typical market exposure in the work that I do is about 180 days. These 4 lots, the one in particular, lot 2, block 9, 19 Stradwick, was on the market for well over 1,000 days. That's 3 years. The developer couldn't sell that property at the assessed value. So the applicant or the appellant purchased that lot for quite a reduced amount of $179,792. So I'm suggesting that lot is not anywhere near what the assessed value is, what the indication on the land titles is showing, and in fact $179,792. This is not a unique case. Also in my evidence, I've submitted another property, 71 Windflower, which the city has assessed at $243,000. I'm doing an appraisal report on that currently, and that particular land was sold by contract for $190,000. So there's another example of a property that was assessed far over what it's actually worth in the market. That's 71 Windflower. So I think that my report more accurately reflects the actual value of that land with respect to the exposed market value, and not the 240 to 239 that's indicated on the assessor's report. When you go to my report, I've been doing this for about 13 years. I do approximately 500 to 600 houses a year. 65, 75% of these are refinanced. The balance, or either, I should say, the next larger portion of my appraisal work is done on purchases, new purchases. Some of the reports, the files that are indicated on my report and on Nancy's report, I have actually appraised. I would have to dispute that comparable number 2 is not anywhere shouldn't even be considered for a variety of reasons based on its location. One of the things that I do when I'm looking at doing a sampling of sales, and in this case, when I pull up 2 stories for that period of the effective date, there was something in the vicinity of 148 sales. So there's no shortage of sales to use. With that, I use my particular sales that I used were current sales, so there's very few time adjustments allowed or necessary. They were all built by the same builder, and they're all the same square footage. So one of the things that when we're looking at reliable sales or reliable comparables in this case is how many adjustments we have to make. And the fewer adjustments, the better the report. The fewer the adjustments, the more accurate the report can be. So in this case, my comparable number 1 was built by, just let me get to my notes here. It was in Bridgewater Development. It was built by the same home builder, by the homeowner, 2,400 square feet. This was also the same size. Comparable 2 is also 2,400 square feet, built also by Artista. So very few adjustments are made. You'll see that my report will indicate a negative adjustment, and this is for the land. Now, the land values, we pull from a number of sources, either a known sale, like in the case of the subject property, or we pull from contracts, or in this case, we'll go to the assessment. Now, the assessment on Bridgewater, particularly Pebble Creek, is very clearly showing that it sold for $209,000, or about $30,000 more than the assessed or the market value of the subject property. And that goes on through all my comparables, 1s, 2, and 3, 4, and 5. They're all considered superior to the subject property. Square footage adjustments, very few, because you can see that I've used similar homes to reduce the amount of adjustments that are required, or the downward or negative, downward or upward adjustments.
Mr. Martelli.
Sorry?
I need to interrupt.
Okay. Now, with respect to the walkout finished low level.
Martel, excuse me.
Sorry, go ahead.
None of your report is numbered, none of your pages. I have no idea what you were referring to right now.
Okay, well, that's fine. So which you don't have any idea what I'm referring to in any of it? Do you have the 4 pages for the phase 5 price list?
Sir, you have a series of pages here. None of it is numbered. It's just, you've taken pictures. I'm not sure what you're referring to. So if you could.
Okay, so do you have the 4 pages of it's called Bridgewater Forest price list?
Phase 5?
Phase 5 price list. I'm not sure how the Michelle sent them to you. Let me see here.
Yes, the phase 5 price list.
Phase
Okay.
5 price list.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the portion I was telling you that the developer, which is Manitoba Housing, had 98 lots, and they do a lot draw. And this all goes to talking about market exposure, because in the definition of market value, as we all know, is it has to be properly exposed. Well, I think 1,000 days or 3 years is properly exposed. These lots, which included the subject property, were marketed in 2012. 3 years later, the subject property was bought, and it was bought at a reduced rate as a result of the fact that it obviously wasn't worth that. This is why I submitted these 4 pages for the phase 5. That also lends evidence to the other lot values and how they sit. So you can see that on page 4 of that, which would be all the properties in Stradbrook Point, you can see the subject property showing at 239. And that was the indicated value that Mrs. Flockton's report had indicated went through land titles. Now that's the actual value that the builder had put and had paid taxes on, unfortunately. But the reality of the fact is it's after 3 years properly exposed. When I say properly exposed, it was offered to any of the 10 builders, as a lot draw usually works. none of these builders selected that property for various reasons. One being that it wasn't worth that. My client, the property owner, purchased that property for a discounted value, which was another page that I submitted. If you can find that one, sorry for the not page. It's called the Artista Homes Limited page.
These are the land sales now you're talking about? Artista Home?
Schedule B.
Correct. Yeah, these are, it says, you'll see that there's the 4 lots. It says Artista Homes Limited, Schedule B.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can see that the purchase price is $239, but on the bottom it says Manitoba Housing undertakes to reimburse the purchaser the sum of $271. That's across all 4 of those lots. On the last sentence, it says a sum of $67,770 will be paid for each lot. So there's significant reduction in value. So the point of this exercise, which is to show you that just because the assessed value of the land says $239 is not what the market was indicating. It indicated more of $179, $792. And like I say, when you talk about property exposed, I say 3 years would be more than sufficient. And of course, the definition of market value is any buyer selling which are typically motivated. Obviously, Manitoba Housing is motivated to move that property after 3 years. It was probably the only 4 properties still sitting there 3 years after the development started. The other test for market value, of course, was that both parties are well informed. Obviously, both parties are well informed. The other one is a reasonable time is allowed for exposure in the open market. Well, I would say 3 years is more than sufficient. So it meets all the tests for market value, which is why I'm suggesting that that lot value would be more suited to be 179 as the market's indicated rather than the 239, which is the assessment. Like it's in the assessment. In addition to the lot, I know there's, and then of course I'll draw your attention to that other 2 more pages. There's one called 71 Windflower. It's actually a copy of the city assessment. If you guys can find that. Again, sorry for the page numbering.
Yes, 71 Woodflower Road.
Correct. Now that's your current city assessment. That's a lot, and a home that I'm actually appraising as we speak. The city assessment. The only reason I provided this was to show that the Stradwick and the other properties of Stradwick aren't a one-off. This assessed value was $243, and there's another form that I provided as evidence showing a contract by the builder indicating this lot value at 71 Flower was actually sold for $190. If it was worth more, I suspected the builder would charge more, but it's not worth more. So there's a difference between Windflower, the assessed value 243, and the actual contract sale price of that same land at 190. And that was just shown to further indicate that the land value may not be worth what the assessment shows. Further to that land, in my report, in my appraisal report, I showed a picture. I believe it was under extra map number 2. So if you went to my appraisal report under extra maps, page 2, this is a photo of indicating the back of that lot. This is what they call a forest lot. If everyone's got that picture.
What page is that? A numbered page?
It's called the extra map page 2 on my appraisal report that I submitted. What page would that be?
I guess you're not looking at the same document.
Yeah, so if you go to the appraisal, my appraisal that I submitted for the, for evidence.
I'm sorry, I can't find it.
Oh.
Do you have the appraisal report?
I can't see the appraisal report.
Oh.
Has anybody got the appraisal report that was submitted?
No.
Oh, Michelle, did you get a copy of that?
Is it a separate document? Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, I got it.
Very good.
Did you get a copy of that, Enzo? That report?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Mr. Martel, are you going to proceed with the report?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to discuss the appraisal report?
Yeah, I can continue to discuss it, sure, yeah. Did you get a copy? No one's got a copy of it?
Yes, we do.
Yes,
have
we
copies
do.
now.
Oh, okay, good, thank you. So, yeah, so I was just making reference to the land. I wanted to get off the land. But the, if you go to the appraisal report, it's called Extra Map, page 2. Down near the bottom of the report. It's probably the last page on the report. Everybody got that now?
Yeah, I've got it.
You just got a note saying my, oh, there you go. It's saying my internet connection's unstable. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, so has everyone got that picture, Extra Map, page 2?
Yep.
Everybody still having a hard time finding that?
Yep, proceed, please.
Hey, sorry, does anybody have that picture? Well, I won't stay on this too long. You'll see the report, but it's the extra map, which is also the same picture that was provided for the rear in the actual report itself. I just wanted to show what this actual property, which this forest lot looks like. Because based on the picture I took, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can see the entire street. So I'm not sure this would be considered a forest lot or anyways, this just talks to the value of the property. I can go back to the report now. In my appraisal report, under my comparable sales again, comparables 1 and 2 were built by the same home builder as the applicant home. Comparable number 5 is also within 30 square feet of the subject property, custom built 2-story home. This is on a lake lot. We didn't have the value, so we estimated that to be that of similar lake lots. In my report, it's very clear that the adjustments, which are all negative adjustments, are for lot value. My walkout full finished lower level includes the lower level. In my report, under the addendum in the basement development, we clearly talk, let me get back that again, sorry. Sorry, in the page 2 of the report, under the comments, under the improvements, we talked about the home itself being 2-story, of course, and like Nancy had indicated, we also talked about the finished lower level, valuing it at $45 per square foot, with an additional $15,000, and that would comprise the structural concrete that was required for the lower level development under the garage, and 1 additional wall, the theater room. One of the things that when we're appraising is we look at the range. When I looked at the assessor's report, the range is pretty wide, by the tune of about 50%, from a low of $1,061,000 to a high of $1,453,000. If you go to my range, you'll see the range is very tight. We're going from 993, 966, 992, 983, 984. And we compare that to the cost approach, which I have no indication of the cost approach of the assessor's file, which was 976. So we have an assessed value of 975, including that lower level, which is closer to what the previous assessment had indicated at 989. The other large adjustment, of course, on the appraisal, my appraisal would be the in-ground pool, and I'm satisfied and glad to see that we at least agree that it's worth about $50,000. I didn't have any evidence as to what the permit cost was, so we had estimated it to be about $50,000 market value for the in-ground pool. And like Nancy's report had indicated, no other property that I found had in-ground pools in that reference date of April 1st, 2016 to April 1st, 2018. So the full $50,000 applied. You can see in the walkout, they're all walkout lower levels. The only one different being comparable number 3. It was full finished. So we added at $15,000 plus the difference for the $45 per square foot to arrive at that $33,000 upward adjustment. So I would suggest that the property value as of the effective date is 975 and not the 1.24 million that's being stated in the assessor's report. Now, part of the other pages that I submitted, again, which weren't numbered, there was an issue of lower level development. I'd indicated my report to be $45 per square foot. We don't need to go over it now. I just wanted to make sure that it was entered in as evidence. I submitted 3 different reports that show from contract $45, $39, and $39 per square foot finished lower level. And that was only entered in so that we could ascertain what in fact it costs to improve a lower level, and for no other reason. And thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Flockton, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to the first document where you're talking about the land sale.
Yes.
That Schedule B.
Yes.
So it shows the 1, 2, 3, 4 lots on Stradwick Point, with the subject at purchase price $239,000. And then you indicated at the bottom the sum of $67,770 would be paid out for each lot. So you are telling me that a homeowner, so lots 2, 3, 4, and 5, each got the money back of $67,770 on their lots from Manitoba Housing.
Yeah, I think Enzo can probably talk more to that. He's the one that paid it.
Yep, we certainly did.
As a homeowner? Yeah. As a homeowner. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, all homeowners that build houses in Bridgewater would get a discount from Manitoba Housing? Because this is how I read Manitoba Housing.
No. See, I think if you were listening to what Bob was saying, he said that these lots were on the market for over 1,000 days.
Yep.
So because the developer couldn't sell the lots, right? They put them through at the 239 and then provided the builder with a credit of the 67,770, which was because of that. So that went to the homeowner.
So the builder got the credit of 67 and change, okay, 67,000. So then the homeowner got it.
Absolutely.
You're telling me the builder would get the credit of 67,000, and the builder, instead of keeping it as a,
no, because the builder
from the developer.
No, so the builder always shows the purchase price of the land to the homeowner. Always. They don't make money on the land. So the builder gets the 67,770, and that is credited into the land value when doing the build. So I paid $170,000 for this lot, not $239, because it was sitting there for 1,000 days.
Okay.
And the developer couldn't sell it. Okay. And this didn't happen just on this land. It happened on other parcels of land in the development. So the land it's not worth more than the 170.
Okay. Now, you saying that, when I pulled land titles on my report, if bear with us, go to page 11, shows, on page 11, mine has your name, transferee, receipt of 237. It says fair market value in accordance with part section. I certify that the land affected by this transfer as a whole has a fair market value of 239,000, and you signed it on August 2016. So why would a homeowner sign 239 when you know it's discounted by $67,000?
Because they're giving me $70,000 back. So what do I care if I put it through as 239?
Because you're paying more taxes on 239,000 at land title.
I was going through the build, so what does it really matter?
Okay. So you built this home.
Do you agree that we received the $67,000 back due to the value of the land not being there, and that the land was on the market for 1,000 days? Yes or no?
No, I don't have the full information.
I know. A simple yes or a no. So no. So you don't agree with that?
I do not agree, because this document is from Manitoba Housing to the builder.
Perfect. So that document, so are you saying that we falsified that document?
That's the builder's document. So it's up to the...
I am the builder. And you know this. You know it quite well, Flockton. You know it quite well.
I'm discussing this as you as a homeowner.
Right.
Let's get this clarified. You are the homeowner of this home. I'm not talking about you, the builder.
Perfect. So I paid $170,000 for that land. So how is it worth $239?
You sign a document through land title saying it's worth $239.
It's because I knew I was getting that money back. So I don't care.
Would you do that for any other homeowner?
Well, as a matter of fact,
absolutely.
You would.
Absolutely. I think Bob just gave you the example of that, where we signed on 71 Windflower. It went through land titles at 240, and it sold to the homeowner for 190.
I put that one in there only to show that this is not an individual, unique situation. This is, again, something that went through land titles at 243. That was sold by the builder to the homeowner for 190, which is more an indication of market value.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, let's look at, okay, so 71 Windflower. Yeah, Windflower, sorry.
71 Windflower.
Yeah, so December, because I get what comes through land titles, okay? Yep. So yeah, so December 2019, it transferred about $190,000 from Manitoba Housing to, actually to the builder, in this case, not. Typically it's to a homeowner, but here it shows to the builder. So that's post-reference, you know, yes, our model reflected 243. That looked at sales before April 1st, 2018. This sale is post-reference. If a whole bunch of sales are like this, hopefully the next reassessment will reflect a lower value in assessment, okay? Okay, let's move on. So that covers the land. Let's go to your, Bob, to your appraisal.
No, sorry, can we stop for a second?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, because let's discuss the land, because I believe there was a question on whether or not I live on a forest or a park. So I need to speak to that, because basically I can explain it like this. This is not a park. It is not a forest. All it is a viewing.
Mr. Cotorino, could you stop, please? I just muted him. Thank you. Decorum. Yeah. Did I unmute him? Yeah, he stops. Yeah, unmute.
Okay, so I
would like.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And I'd like to have support to this meeting, please. We're not here. We are not here to attack people. Thank you very much.
Who's attacking?
Why is Nancy muted?
Sorry, you're cutting in and out, Chair. Mrs. Chair. Sorry.
I would like to move on from this land.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think we can, because I have.
Excuse me, Ms. Flockton is now asking questions of Mr. Martel, of evidence that he has provided. That is where we are going right now. Thank you.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Nancy, would you like to continue?
Thank you. So yes, I was moving on to the appraisal that Mr. Martel provided. So I do have a couple of questions. Mr. Martel, you're using comparables 1 and 2 on Pebble Creek Gate.
Yes.
Where did you get the information on the sale price? Because these haven't transferred in land titles, because I just quickly looked them up. I have no information where you're getting the sale prices. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, sure can. Yeah, these run MLS, Nancy, and yeah, I have the same difficulty the other way. When something goes through land titles and doesn't hit MLS, I don't see those sales.
So are these on MLS?
Correct.
Give me 1 second here. I just want to pull one up just to make sure. Because I just have what the land transferred on what date, and the dates don't match up to what you're giving me on the brief. Sorry, where's your brief? So 35 Pebble Creek, 35 Pebble Creek. Okay, so I pulled up 35 Pebble Creek. Okay, so yeah, it is on MLS. So the house wasn't built. So it looks like this home is to be built. Okay, so, all right.
Yeah, and you
I'm
see.
sorry, I didn't print, I just got your appraisal report, so I don't have a paper copy in front of me, so I'm switching between screens here. So you're saying sale date is January 1st, 2018, okay? But they didn't take possession on that date, correct?
I don't know. I don't know, unfortunately. I couldn't say for sure.
Well, I just stated that the home is to be built, so.
Yeah, it just says this, yeah, the sale date is all I can go with.
So the sale date, but you can see the possession date, can you not, on MLS?
There is no possession date. Oh, there it is, yes. Well, it's a hard one to say, but it could be well beyond that.
Right, because the house is to be built.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, and then you can also see, Nancy, in the remarks, the good thing with RTs is at least they put down what the lot values are. So this one here, this is how we were able to establish a lot value. They're indicating a lot value 199.9 plus GST. That's how my report ended up 209,895. Okay. And then we compare that, of course, to what we believe the lot value at Stradwick to be. Yeah, and I think 31 is the same thing.
Yeah, I'm just going to pull up 31. I just noticed because we actually have it different in our system. Yeah, so you're saying the sale price is $854,900 to be built.
31 Pebble Creek.
Yeah, 31 Pebble Creek. Yes, correct.
Yes.
But I'm showing 31 Pebble Creek. Like after it's built, transferred to the homeowner was $955,000 and $92,000 plus the GST through land titles. So I guess when they sell it on MLS, there could be a possibility of like other upgrades being done. Like we don't know
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's right. That's right. And the interesting thing about these properties, there's a lot that we don't know, unfortunately. And one is we might see $200,000 difference in property, only to find out that there's substantially more improvements put into it. But yeah, so they could vary significantly.
and then I just want to go to, let me see here.
Yeah, so sorry, Nancy, 31 Pebble Creek, just so we have the same information, I'm showing 854.9. Sale date was February 28th, 2018.
2018, where I have what's transferred through land titles is April 2020 at the $955,000 and $92,000. So obviously there was some probably further negotiation between the builder and the.
Yeah, sometimes they negotiate. Yeah, you're right. And sometimes they negotiate lower level.
Yeah, it's hard when you're dealing with construct to build homes. So I just want to talk briefly about comparable number 5. 31 Bridge Lake Drive.
31 Bridge Lake Drive.
Okay, that is a Gino Homes. Would you say Gino Homes is comparable to Artista Homes?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, and then I think I have one more question because you made the comment and I just want you to clarify because I think I don't know what page it's on your report, but when you show the pictures in the addendum, first page of your addendum, you have the view, the front view of the subject property.
Okay.
And you have the rear view of the subject property, correct? If everyone has pulled that up.
Correct. Yes.
And when you were discussing presenting, you said that was a road. Can we clarify that is a walkway?
Oh no, that's a path. Yeah, that's a
okay.
Path.
You didn't say path. You said a road, so that is a path. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's a path. I guess I was more. Maybe I was just saying that from that view you can see all the way down the road. Down the road being, you can see like 1, 2, 3. You can see the entire street of the houses. The back of the houses.
It's a path.
No, sorry. No, I'm talking about. You see the houses. You can be clearly seen.
Yeah, you can see the houses across the path. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's right.
Yeah, so it's a path. I just want to clarify that it is a walking path.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, it's a path, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So the street, sorry, Nancy, the street I was making reference to was the houses that are backing onto that are clearly visible on that street, on the street being the ones that these houses are on, but yes, it is clearly a path.
Okay. And these are the pictures of the subject property in your report after the comparable 6-page.
Correct, yeah.
The living room, the laundry room on the main floor, the main bathroom, games room.
And the bedroom.
And the theater room under the garage and the bedroom. So these are pictures of the subject property?
Yes, yeah, I was on the,
I just wanted to confirm that these are the ones.
yeah, these are in fact 19 Stradwood that I viewed on November 15th.
Okay. Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Moretsky, did you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Buss?
On your comparables, on your appraisal report, for comparables 1, 2, and 3, on the site, it all says Lakeview.
Correct.
How does that compare to the property? What do you mean by Lakeview? How does that compare to the
Yeah,
subject?
Lakeview, they're not backing onto a lake, but we'll typically have a walkway with a developer's fence, and then there's the back property, the fence, then there's a walkway, and then there's a lake. So it's lake view, not lake access. So they don't have access. They can't walk down to the water. They have to physically walk across a common path or a public pathway.
Yes. So does the subject property, is that similar? Do they have a pathway behind their house?
It has a pathway, correct.
Yeah. So it's a similar type situation?
Other than the view and the value, yes.
Okay. That's all my question. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have no questions.
Ms. Chair?
Yes.
Could I ask a question to the homeowner, please?
Yes.
Thank you. So Enzo, I just have a question regarding your property. So when I pulled the land titles, obviously you've seen that my report and like I have all the land stuff and all that whatnot. But I also have the mortgage on the property that was pulled in
Before
December
you
of
go there,
2013.
sorry, Nancy, before you go there, if you mention my mortgage amount on this call, which is public, that's not going to be a good.
You don't want me to mention it? Okay.
I don't want you to discuss the amount of what my mortgage is, and just knowing that a mortgage value is figured out by a bank in many different ways.
Yes.
So,
okay. That's where I was going. So the bank usually
I'm trying
gets.
to protect you right now. In that if you don't want to mention an amount of my.
No, I won't. That's fair enough. I will not mention the amount.
Thank you.
Everyone has it on paper anyways.
Yes, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so like you said, banks typically will get appraisals done for their mortgages. This mortgage is a certain value where you have to be required to put a certain amount down, not to get insurance, okay? So you can only get a mortgage of 80% of the value. So the value of the mortgage is only 80% of the market value that the bank has determined, which the bank has used. Typically they use appraisers like Bob Martell to do their appraisals. So this bank, I won't even mention the name, would probably contract that out. So you're saying that what the bank is saying it's worth is not really what it's worth to you?
No, because there could be other things involved in that. There could have been furniture. There could have been a whole bunch of different things that go into figuring out that number.
Okay.
And Bob can talk to you a little bit more about how a mortgage amount is irrelevant in this context.
And that's absolutely true, Nancy. I got involved in it in a personal way with my own home. The bank had indicated to me that, yes, we provide obviously appraisals for bank refinance. The value that they have, in some cases, in the case of mine, included the additional lot beside me, which is worth $300,000.
Okay.
But because they can't mortgage empty land, they added that to mine. So my mortgage amount on my house was $300,000 more than in fact it was actually worth. So what they also told me at the time I was asking them was that when we provide mortgages for homeowners, it's generally for a 5-year period. So in a 5-year period, we don't want to do a bank refinance or go through the mortgage documents every year. So we're going to project that out a number of years, in this case 5 years. So those numbers are quite frankly irrelevant in establishing market value of a home, the mortgage amount.
Yeah.
So hold on, let's go back to Bob. Sorry, I just want to get something clarified. So bank appraisals are done. Are they not done on a certain particular day when the current market conditions?
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Right. Current market conditions for the mortgage. So this mortgage was taken out in 2017. So that would have been that market condition in 2017.
Yeah, we provide them an estimate of value on the current value of the property, correct? But not the mortgage amount. That's two completely separate things. What the bank does with the mortgage amount is like I said, in my case, they had my mortgage amount to the tune of $300,000 more because they were adding the additional land beside my house.
Yes, I can see that because the land is an asset, right? Because typically
banks want to
secure their loans, right? So if someone defaults, they can sell the assets off to cover their loans, right?
Correct. Yeah. I think
so in your case, the house plus the land beside, they're both assets. I can see how your market value of your property is $300,000 more because they're including the land beside it, which is an asset.
Or barns or horses or.
So is it because you do a lot of mortgages for banks, correct?
Yes, quite a few.
Okay. Is it typical for banks to have an appraisal done by like someone like yourself to include like furniture and stuff like that in an appraisal? Because furniture is not really an asset for the bank to sell.
Only in cottage properties, typically.
Oh yes, cottage properties, yeah, because they typically leave the furniture behind. But
But no, when I appraise a property, I'm not appraising chattel mortgages, personal property. But what the bank does with it is I'm unaware of. I can just tell you that the appraised value and what would be the mortgage amount may or may not be the same.
Right, because because the mortgage can only be 80% of the market value of the property.
No, I'm saying in this case, mine was 80% of the value. You can borrow the 80%, typically 80% loan to value, but you have to be able to service that debt.
Right.
So you could get it the opposite direction where, and we don't want to debate this over the phone, but the bank may actually lend you less because you can't service the debt, as opposed to lending you more. So it's irrelevant what the mortgage amount that the bank has on a house. It has no impact on the appraised or the assessed value, or should it?
And Nancy, sorry, just, it's interesting because if what we're supposed to be doing is comparing the value of the subject property to the value of other homes that have sold, right? So we were told that we can't actually look up an assessed value, because if I go through the assessment tool on the City of Winnipeg website, I can pull homes that are 3,900 square feet in Bridgewater and South Point that have been assessed at less than my value for some strange reason. We don't know why, but we're working on figuring that out. So I think what we need to be doing is referring to the actual sales numbers, which Bob has so kindly provided to you guys. So again, I don't understand how someone's mortgage value is important in this conversation, and how someone's mortgage value is important for anyone on the board to be privy to that information. It absolutely makes no sense. And I have a couple other comments, but I'll leave them for my closing because there's a bunch of questions and comments here.
So no more questions?
No, I have no further questions for either party. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this afternoon.
Hello?
Sorry?
Go ahead, Enzo.
Sorry, are we done?
You're done.
Okay, I think I mentioned, I don't know if I'm just being ignored, but I think I mentioned that I have a bunch of comments and questions that I'd want to do in closing. Is that okay? Or
So you'd like to do a summation?
yeah, that's it, a summation.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. So just and some of it is also questions because Nancy, just going back to the calculation. So when my property was reassessed, it was originally assessed at $1,076,000, which I thought was ridiculous, and I appealed that, and you guys reviewed everything, and I'm sure you have very competent people there that reviewed it, and they came back at a value of $989. Okay, now you guys are saying that you missed 450 square feet of lower level development. Okay, but you've assigned a value because your value is 1.241, and if we do that less than 989, we're saying that there's a value of 252 square feet. And if you $252,000, divide that by 450 square feet, you're valuing my basement development at $560 a square foot. Is there an error in the calculation?
So when we did the reassessment to include the basement area and the basement finish, that was missed when we added the house to the roll back in 2017 when the house was built. We no longer considered the reduction that was done at the preview program. So from the $1,028,000 was the original value, $1,076,000, sorry, to the $989. Basically, we're looking like we rerun the model value with everything, and after the correction, it came out to the $1,240,000.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put some numbers out there. So let's even just say that it was at $1,076,000.
Yeah.
And you got, which it's not, and you got to $1,241,000.
240,
yeah. $165,000 divided by 450 square feet that were missed. You're still valuing it at $367 a square foot. That's for basement development. We don't have a house that we've developed at $366,000 or $366 a square foot.
Mr. Coder, yeah, don't forget, it's not just the basement, but it's also the basement area. Sorry, I do want to clarify this with the homeowner, please.
Nancy?
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
This is just information. This was not questioning. We've got the
I know, but it's very important information.
Yes.
So unless everyone's in a rush to leave, I mean, this is very important information.
Yes, and it was presented by Mr. Martel. We understand the issue.
Right, and I'm the homeowner, and I'd like to speak, if that's okay.
Well, you asked for a summation, which is not.
Right. And I said I have a summation and I have a few questions.
We are done with the questioning. Okay?
Okay, so I'm not allowed to ask questions.
Yes, we've done the questions.
No, but I haven't had the opportunity to ask questions.
You did. Mr. Martel was asking questions. He did the
Okay, so
presentation.
it's evident that you don't want me to speak. So we'll just go ahead, let the board do their thing. And because it's evident that you don't want me to speak for some reason, because the questions are very valid. And this property should not be valued at more than $975,000, which is already extremely high. But you don't want me to ask questions, so.
Well, I think we have heard everything.
No, you haven't actually, because when I was actually trying to speak about the land earlier and refer to the pictures of the land and discuss the value of the land, you actually muted me. Because you said I was being rude, but instead I was just asking a question. I was asking a question about the land. And if everyone has the pictures where they can view the land, because I can say hi to probably about 1,000 people in a weekend that walk that path.
Mr. Cotterino, this hearing is over now.
Petronio, please. The last name is Petronio.
For appearing. So we done? Yep. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for the chair of the